Good evening, guys. Another day, another Saturday. Good to see you, the grumpy old guy. It's good to see you. I hope you had a great week. And Anne, good to see you too. You're always welcome. Let's see if I have everything in order here. Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to see you, brother. And service interruption. Okay, that was Guardian. Well, he had to try again. We wait a couple of more minutes and wait till more people drop in here, and before we get into the topic. Hey CR, good to see you. I hope everything is okay with you, CR. Well, I should know. I talked to you earlier. Service interruption.
Hi, Shadow. How you doing? Are you well?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised when you had that avatar, and I didn't know if you had
No problem.
no
I thought it was
connection.
very clever. How's your week been? Good?
Yeah, and actually, I'm really happy today, actually, because Monday this week, the Hungarian government voted yes for our accession to NATO. So now we are basically members. So it's some paperwork left and nothing more. Two signatures, one from the Hungarian from president and one from the other one. And then those papers go to Washington, and we should send some papers over to Washington as well. So when that is done, well, I consider us members of NATO now. So that makes me happy. That makes Sweden a lot more safe than it has been.
That's really great to hear, Shadow. That I didn't even know that was happening, but that's really cool.
Yeah, we need to be in NATO actually. We can't stand outside NATO. We can't. That's impossible. Um, we are a small country, and we would have serious problems if we would stand outside NATO. So we had no choice. So, and I am in favor for NATO. I'm against EU because I don't like EU. I prefer NATO because we need allies, and we have that now through NATO. So I'm happy with that. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? So basically, what I like is that Gotland, our largest island, the Russians had their eyes on Gotland because it's tactical and strategical good. If you control Gotland, you control the Baltic Sea basically. So now the Russians are check and mate. They can't do anything now. They can do very limited actions.
I think at this point,
Oh, I'm happy.
yeah. Well, I think at this point, the powers that are circulating within the world as well, obviously their time that they and the resources that they put into not just weaponry but machine learning and AI. And I don't mean to go back there for a second, but really, it's funny that the stream is called Service Interruptions, but if
Yeah,
you control the internet, if you control people's capability to communicate, and that can be just like, their online presence as well and what they're capable of doing online, it can really go in so many different ways. Hey there, preparedness veteran. Good to see you.
hey PB, good to see you.
Hey, folks, you all right?
Yeah,
Yeah, very
we are doing good.
Good to see you, Guardian, and your trusty sidekick in the back there. Okay.
Porno CG, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Andy.
Good.
I was saying what Guardian said about internet communication and telecommunications. I'm gonna tell you something. What Russians had in mind to do was to take a submarine to Gotland and drop off a couple of Spetsnaz soldiers and fortify Gotland and cut off the communications from Gotland into the mainland. So they cut off the communications from Gotland into the mainland and then fortify the whole island. And Stockholm would not know anything about it. So that's why it's good, feels good that we are in NATO now, because now they are basically check and mate. So
yeah, I don't think Sweden's got anything to worry about in terms of invasion from what you showed me this week.
yeah, that video, that was a good one, right?
I think Gotland will be the new, similar to that island in Ukraine that they kept fighting over initially. Reminds me of that sort of scenario. Can't
Hey,
remember the name.
Nancy, good to see you. Hey, Kaylin, good to see you. Okay.
Is that
Okay, Nancy.
our treasured home? Is that Nancy, is it?
Yep, that's Nancy.
All right, the one who was on last week, was it?
Yep, the one
good.
and only.
Yep. Hey, Nancy, how you doing?
Yeah. So I found that video, so I thought that was a good idea to send it to you so you had to take a look at it because it was so interesting. And I actually laughed when I watched that video because
Yeah. When you actually delve
it
into
can
things,
be anything.
there's a lot of hype that goes on and a lot of stuff that's stirred up and whipped up on the media, and there's no real need for it. I mean, I've never actually been to Sweden, but yeah, I didn't realize the terrain and the ins and outs and the various bits about it until I watched that video. But yeah, it's quite good. Been to Norway.
Yeah.
Super expensive in Norway.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Rebel. Good to see you.
Hey,
Always good to
Tammy, good to see you.
Rebel Canners, hi.
That's a large pool of knowledge if you ever want to go into conversation as well, just from like all the conversations over time as well. Rebel Canvas has always been able to share a lot of advice as well and knowledge, and just being a charismatic person that interacts with a lot of people and very low drama as well. Not like I've seen some like it's just amazing to see the amount of friendships and like contacts and ways that certain people enjoy reaching out into the community. And that's something that we should all try and do, is try and inform others where we can and just be good aspects of the people around us.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just waiting for Shadow. I thought you were just about to say something there, but you paused for thought. Yeah, variation is definitely key, and so many good channels out there. It's all this good knowledge comes out. It's hard to actually, manage time and focus on and harnessing all this sort of stuff. Very hard indeed.
Hey, Dior's, good to see you, brother.
Dior, how you doing?
Well, yeah, because ideally, knowledge is the one thing that once we attain, right? And my uncle always used to say this to me, and to my younger cousins as well. He always used to, and the two boys, I've got two younger cousins that are brothers, basically the way that we grew up, also extremely interested in warfare and tactics and everything. But my uncle used to say to me, that age-old saying that they can take everything away from you, but they can't take your knowledge and your wisdom. Like, they can't take the things that you've learned and your learned skills. And that's why, like, always, the more you know, the less you need, right?
Yeah. Well, not yet. They can't anyway. Until someone gets hold of Neuralink and starts modifying it for them. I'm sure the Russians are working at the Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Definitely. Yeah.
Actually, we have main three countries that are a big threat to us: Russia, China, Iran.
I think that the way that the countries are set up is just a farce at this point. I think that there's definitely far much more control going on within the world that oversees several countries together, almost like corporations and organizations is how I'd see it. I'm sure it's some sort of setup.
Like NATO.
Yeah, pretty much NATO. So, like, for all the goodness that NATO as well also brings, I do
But
understand.
more like shadowy dealings where
Yes.
we don't know that they're like buddies.
Yeah, they don't know that they're friends, and then they just kind of play one another, and it just
Bilderbergers.
Exactly, it's all just a show.
Yeah, I think there's many layers of there's many layers of oversight, management, and underhand dealing. It's just unbelievable. You can go right down. Yeah, sorry, go on.
No. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I was just saying. So you got BRICS, NATO, all sorts of alliances, including like EU, all the way through to. And I think the most dangerous ones and the most controlling ones are the corporate side of it. Bilderbergers, all sorts of other societies and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, there's loads of conspiracies out there. But I think have you ever, one of the James Bond films, I was sending this to Costa the other week. One of the James Bond films recently with Daniel Craig in it, he sort of sneaks into this meeting with all these corporate bosses are there. And they're all talking about what they're going to do and control next. It's probably more along the lines of that, because you look at all the politicians and who they're backed by. They're all funded and dodgy dealings going on, all sorts. And once they get them into power, they expect their back to be scratched and all sorts of favors to be done. It's when you actually look at it, it's pretty insidious and corrupt, really. But I don't know. I've given up thinking about that sort of stuff.
I put the video in the private chat for you guys. Guardian, if he wants to check that video out.
Yep, Guardian's in superhero mode. Is that a G on the chest?
Easily.
So, Guardian, what we on about today then? Service interruptions.
Yes, and it is a G.
Yeah.
You are correct. It's the wonders of AI image generators, right?
Is that a G on the chest?
Yeah, I asked it to create. I asked it to create a push-up superhero. It's a push-up superhero.
What's hanging down between his legs?
It's at the back. It's at the back, for goodness. It's at the back. Okay, it's something on his balls at the back. You might. Let's all be mature about this. It's a pouch. It's a required, necessary pouch.
You're going to do another one now, without the thing.
Look at CR.
I'm only joking. Lex Luthor.
Yeah. let's get into the topic for today, okay? So we can.
Go for it.
Well, dealing with service interruptions, they can put everyone in a.
Are we talking
total
about
mess, basically?
Yeah.
Especially if you need to call the emergency services like 911. Well, too many ones. But that would be a huge issue. And even if you can't contact your own family or you can't contact anyone. So what you do? Backup system. Radios.
So that is a brilliant way to do it, I think, as well, Shadow. I've got 2 cents on it after you.
But the problem is most people don't wear a radio. Most people have their their mobile phones like this always on them. They don't walk on with a ham radio or a CB radio or GMR or
I think
radio.
It's a massive subject.
Not many who do that.
It's a huge subject because when you're talking about service outages, it could be anything from communications to the internet, cell phone towers, power, gas, petrol, diesel, water, the supply chain, everything that we sort of take for granted on a daily basis, and we do take it for granted. I mean, Guardian would probably be the best person to talk about this because he's experiences this sorts of stuff. But here in the West, it's it's unbelievable how much for granted we take this sort of thing, and many people are oblivious and walk around as if it's a given. It's a given right to have electricity, power, communications, heating, water, and all this sort of air travel, passports, everything, and one sort of minor disruption can just take the whole thing off the rails. I just want to hear Guardian's perspective on various aspects for a minute.
Yeah, so because we have major service interruptions ourselves here locally, and it's such a big aspect, what we have designed over time within our MAG as well is the capability. So if you've got a group and people that you love and people that you care for, make sure that you have a singular location that is pretty much out of sight from where the public could be gathering in times of crisis as well. You want to have it semi-isolated, but make sure that it's at least once a month, perhaps on the first day or the last day of the month, something easy to remember, at a certain location, that you have your entire group, that if you have no communications whatsoever and you have complete isolation from all of that, that you have the capability for your group to gather at least once a month, that you go and you check that point to see if any more of the members of your group have been able to relocate to that area. You can do so for the first 6 months of a complete tragedy in the grid down situation. But past that point, you'll obviously understand that those people that weren't able to make it into that point, that collection point as well, from the first of the month or the last of the month, that they've unfortunately either gone their own way or they're not around anymore. But that is a way of doing it where you have no communications whatsoever, that all the members of your group understand that there's a singular point to meet at, to gather at. If they get dislodged or if they get, for some reason, separated from the rest of the group, that they can at least gather up and meet at that one point every single month. And the reason why you're going to have that is such an important point too, is because even during service interruptions, you want to have the capability to make sure that okay, I'm going to do an advert here for GShock. Okay, make sure that you have GShock watches are extremely rugged and durable. Make sure that you've got a solar-powered GShock, if at all possible, or any watch that doesn't depend on you having to go and replace the battery at some sort of jeweler or something like that on a regular basis. Make sure that you have the capability to monitor the time and the calendar at all times. And then even during an EMP situation, have an old school calendar. Never lose track of the date and time, ever, because that's when people also, it's a whole psychological thing that I won't get into now.
Yeah, I have a GShock Mudmaster. I have to replace the battery every 2 years, maybe every 3 years. But I need a solar-powered one.
That GShock will last you like a lot longer than those 2 or 3 years specifically, though. Even though it only says 2 or 3 years. Hey, CR.
Ta-da!
Nice here.
Hey, CR.
That GShock that you've got, Shadow, is way more rugged and durable than mine as well. Like that watch will last. That you can try and break it and you won't get it right. I know that's a very, very strong and rugged G-Shock you got there.
Yeah, it's a Mudmaster, the most expensive one too.
It's amazing. I love that watch. I tip my hat to that watch.
Yeah.
How have you been,
I love
CR?
G-Shock.
What did I miss? I wasn't watching.
Oh no, Shadow, show CR your watch. This is the Mudmaster. Look how nice this watch is. Man, that's nice. Wow. That is such a sexy watch.
You should do a video on that so you can get watch time.
You mean watch hours?
Oh, that's what I meant. Oh, sorry. That watch was so mesmerizing.
A perpetual calendar would be a good option for always having a calendar, even decades to come after SHTF. Good point, Kaylin. Good point. And the problem is, if services are down, the water treatment plants are most of the time online. They get also information from the internet, so they are always connected.
Yeah, everything's so strained, even at the best of times. Everything's run at capacity. There is, anyone who works in these fields will probably tell us that the ins and outs and what backups there are and stuff like that. But as a general sort of user, the end user and the customer, we don't really know. And you probably, if it's anything like anything else in society at the moment, they're probably running at peak capacity and they're strained. They're, manpower problems. They all, most of these things all come down to one sort of common denominator, and that's power, the power grid. And I said, look, service outages could mean anything from comms.
Hey, Dior.
Hey, Dior.
What's up, Steve?
Regular copper telephone line system, the internet, and many services use voice over IP nowadays, or fiber, which is a bit more robust. Depends on where you are. So ISP disruption. Yeah, you could use SMS
provider.
Yep, instead of that. Cell phone towers, they'll rely on electricity and backup generators and this sort of stuff. So,
water has to be pumped.
Yeah, and when you're talking about communications, you're talking about sort of 3 or 4 levels of depth. You got the space segment, so you got the satellites are involved. Satellites are very fragile. Undersea pipe cabling is involved. Transmissions from relay stations and cell phone towers and all this sort of stuff. It's so complex. We've heard stories in the past how one person's been managed to take down half of a sort of a network in a region because he's pressed the wrong button and this sort of stuff. That's how tenuous it is. So I think we can all live personally without comms. You know, if the phone goes down, fine. If the internet goes down, fine. It's the bigger systems which will have the more of an impact, and the knock-on effect slowly trickling down to the end user, such as the so if the internet went down, for instance, trading would cease for a short period. That, the stock exchanges, which could affect and then trickle down to the supply chain, and things will get delayed and delayed and delayed. And we all know that the fact that we're on a just-in-time sort of supply chain system, all it takes is one day. I mean, look at Christmas. One day of the year it closes, shops close, and the whole 3 weeks goes into chaos. It's just absolutely ridiculous. So just a simple throwaway statement of communications and power is a massive impact.
So, riddle me this, right? I don't understand this whatsoever. So, where people have experienced within the last, not even half a decade ago, we've experienced within the public where they saw, within the CV-19 situation, and we saw that everybody had, the supply line. We saw what happens to it. Everybody had to stock up in an emergency situation, and people saw what it was like when they all had to queue at the shops, and where they all, struggled to get supplies, and where everything was kind of ran short extremely quickly.
Do you know where the toilet paper is?
Sorry, go. Yeah, exactly, right? And
right. You
I don't
would figure
understand
that people would just kind of understand that, maybe it's a little bit more fragile, the services that we do have.
Exactly
right?
that. Yeah.
Because if you think, just because I brought up this is why I brought up this subject, because I think it's really important, because, look what happened before, right? In the last 3 years.
The moment when you just realized your headset was muted the whole time. I'm like trying to talk. It's like, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. I just wanted to say, 2021, October 2021. That's when Meta went down. So Instagram, Facebook, right? So no Facebook Marketplace, right? If you're doing business over there or whatever, you can do it, right? Everyone was live streaming on the YouTube side, getting the information out, right? Here in Canada, 2022, we lost a service provider for most of the day, right? This affected banking, transactions, anything connected to that system, right? So internet, the cellular network that they had to use, right? And all that stuff. People lost money because they couldn't do business, right? Cash only, right? So if you didn't have cash, you were out of luck. SOL, right? And of course, AT&T last week in the US. All right. But fortunately enough, we had our ways of communication, so people still got that information that, it's not just me. The surface itself is down, right? Because you check, right?
So there are alternate systems. But it slows things down.
But if that whole system went down, like let's say power or the internet itself,
that'd
be a little bit more
went
serious.
down, then
It'd be a lot more serious.
Definitely.
I think you would see a little bit more. How do I say? Things happening, right? Because it'd be a little bit more serious, right? It's not just one or one network or one internet service provider or one local area. It's more broad, right?
Yeah, I think people have got to understand how each sort of service interruption impacts themselves. I mean, if you are running your own business, it's a bit more difficult because you're then more vulnerable. You get more threats coming directed at you. If you're the if you aren't reliant on any business, like you're like the end user or the customer to everything, then it's not much of a problem in terms of an internet outage for a day or two. It might be frustrating because you might be used to it at that point, but it doesn't impact you directly at that time. The trickle down effect will eventually impact you, like you say, banking system and online trading and stuff like that. So people have got to realize, it's same as anything else, any sort of preparedness aspect. If you understand the threat first, then you can start to mitigate against it and get the gear and bolster up your defenses for it. But like Guardian said, Guardian said that, during COVID, out of everything that went on, people still have ignored, forgotten all the basic stuff. There's still people out there. All these people are rushed to get the toilet rolls. I bet they haven't got any toilet rolls at their house at the moment. They've just got enough for the next 3 days. They're still going around coughing over everyone. Oh, it's just, it winds you up.
It makes no sense on a logical level, right? There's no logic to their their purpose, and there's no rational thinking that goes into the day-to-day activities. And I understand that people are economically strained and that inflation is at an all-time high. I'm well aware of these things. It's just that, to me, on a fundamental level, it really just lacks the logic to not realize that, and I understand that you shouldn't ever be, hoarding things. I'm not asking people to hoard stuff. I'm just saying, at least 2 or 3 months, at least have the basic bare minimum of supply as well, and know how to recreate those things. Now more than ever, there should be such a explosion when it comes to people having and the idea of self-reliance and preparedness, but instead of it's going in reverse. It's so strange to see. I don't understand it.
And if you think about it, there is a lot of things happening in pretty much every country.
I was going to say,
go ahead, Steve.
This is something that even Gil's brought up, but a lot of people, even out in Florida, classic example, people know, if you're living out there along the Florida coast or even in the Gulf Coast or along the East Coast, every year it's hurricane season. Hurricane season never stops. It's between was it May to November or something like that? I can't remember.
I think it's June.
Yeah, June. And people never, a lot of people by and large are never prepared, or like Gil says, they always go out and buy plywood right before the storm comes in. They don't save the plywood they bought last year and have it already pre-cut, pre-sized, and labeled for which doors and windows they're going to use it to cover up with. Is throw it away. Or in some cases, they'll have it ready, they don't use it, and then it's you know what, let's just return it back to the store and get our money back. And it's I don't know,
when you probably might need it later, and it might be more expensive later.
I don't know if it's some kind of human conditioning, we just take everything for granted. But
it's
the convenience aspect of things.
Yes,
right?
Convenience and laziness. Yep.
Because we've been more conditioned to enjoy the conveniences, right? Running water, trash gets picked up, right?
Now, prior to the Sniffles 19, I actually had a stockpile of toilet paper, but I'm not talking about the stockpile that was in my preps. I'm talking about a day-to-day use stockpile I kept underneath my bathroom sink. Right before COVID became an issue, and right before everybody started buying up toilet paper, I probably had at least 2 months worth of toilet paper for myself underneath the sink. And
I'm still using TP from 2019.
Yeah. Well, so am I. So am I.
Oh, you're still using it now?
Yeah, I'm still using it. I started using up my little 4-pack, my 4-roll single packs, because I got value packs that got 27 rolls. But
you got them when they were on sale, discounted down, right? And just kind of
But when I started seeing everybody buying up toilet paper, I was like, well, you know what? I mean, I don't need it, but I'm gonna go ahead and stock up a little bit myself. So if in case the shelves do run dry, because I started seeing it on the news, and then I started noticing
every country, almost every country.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say one by one, each of the stores in my local area at the time were starting to run out, or I was watching people buying toilet paper. Most of the time, over at the Dollar Tree, I didn't see people buy toilet paper. And I'm watching guys, I watched this guy walk out with, 2 or 3 grocery bags full of the 4 packs of toilet paper. And that's, by the way, that's the toilet paper I'm still using up. It's the little 4 packs I had stockpiled. So I decided to go ahead and take notes and start buying some myself.
I think I got some in 2021.
Yeah.
A little bit later.
Well, I've been stockpiling, been
I mean, I got
stockpiling toilet paper before all that. I still keep stockpiling toilet paper because
I've shown Shadow. I've shown Shadow my TV.
The other side of it is also that it's very often people think, oh, it's something bad that happens to other people. You know,
Yep.
that
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
they
Yeah,
don't
it never
have
happens over
it
here.
happened to me.
Yeah, it never happens over
First
here. It
world
never happens to
country.
me. Yep, exactly. The human condition.
It'll never happen to me. Let's see. Look at people in Paris when they didn't have trash pickup for like weeks and weeks, right? It'll never happen there, right? It started to affect tourism, right? Because like, and people couldn't take wedding pictures, or they had to Photoshop all the trash out,
Yeah.
right? All that stuff, right? And look, that was just a convenience for some people, but for other people, it's just like, I don't want to go there right now. Or, you know, my tourism is going down because no one wants to come and smell all this trash laying around. No one
Hey.
wants to take pictures with trash behind them.
Sorry if there's a little bit of excess background noise coming from my mic. My cat decided to make his presence known.
Oh, don't worry, I'll just talk over it.
Okay.
But yeah, like I said, and these things just happened in the last 4 years. The Paris thing happened in,
Yep.
I think
Well-
that was 2021, 2022. So that wasn't even that long.
I guess to the rest of you guys, since you guys are not Americans, I still remember, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago when they had the gasoline shortage over here, and actually you even had diesel shortages too, but they had that one pipeline get hacked with the ransomware, and it caused, oh my gosh, it caused so much pandemonium over here. Like gas prices start spiking. Now, I never ran into a situation where we were running out of gas or diesel, but there were areas, especially down the southeastern United States, where they literally, like, entire truck stops ran out of diesel fuel, and so there were trucks that were stranded there that couldn't go any further because they had no diesel fuel to sell, and they couldn't go anywhere because their tanks were either on empty or about ready to run empty.
Yeah,
But-
we actually get diesel shortages here roughly about every 4 years on average, and it's not due to the fuel shortage itself. It's due to some sort of strike action and stuff like that. And it's quite regular in Britain. Every year, I'd say about every 4 odd years, you get some sort of strike action, whether it be the drivers or the ports.
Yeah.
Or
And that happens everywhere else, too.
Shadow, can you highlight a comment for me real quick here? I need you to.
Which one?
Storms, radios, and cats. It says the funny thing about toilet paper hoarding. It's
I hear
yeah. So I was gonna say about that. I actually did get sick with the Sniffles 19. I almost died from that a few years ago. Actually, the very, very first symptom I had was diarrhea. And yes, it was excessive. At first, I didn't know I was actually sick. You know, that was the first symptom I had. Most people were saying they had hey, Abe. But I was going to say, most people were saying like they had loss of taste and smell and everything like that. That was not the case for me. I had all the symptoms listed on the CDC's website with the exception of loss of taste or smell, and it started with the diarrhea. So, I mean, again, it doesn't make sense why they stocked up on toilet paper, but, you know, I don't know. When you get it, you just, you know, you're kind of glad you have some of that stuff. But like I said, it almost wiped me out. Sorry.
I was going to say, Preparedness Veteran mentioned about the strikes, right? In Paris, real world examples, that was a strike, if I remember right? That's what caused the trash to get piled up, right? Because waste management or what's that called over there went on strike. I mean, that happens all the time in our places too.
That happens all the time in Manhattan, New York City. All the trash, all the sanitation workers, it's municipal service, and they're also union. And if they don't get the the money that the union is demanding for their workers, the sanitation workers go on strike, and within a matter of hours, the streets will be completely impassable with the amount of trash that piles up.
Oh yeah,
Like
I
it's
remember.
it's not hyperbole. It's not an over exaggeration.
Literally
Impassable.
Yeah. And you think it snows, man?
Yeah. Well, I was there for New Year's Eve back in 2016, going into 2017, to watch the ball drop. And just from that night alone, from New Year's Eve, the amount of trash that piled up on the street side sidewalks was just unbelievable.
Oh yeah. The next
Just
day.
short amount of hours. No, it wasn't even next day. It was that night, just right after the ball drop.
Oh yeah. The streets clear a little bit. You're like, oh, that's a lot of stuff on the ground.
Yeah.
And that's something we have to consider too for some
sanitation. Like I said, I've worked different sectors. I've worked the supply line, but I've also worked the sanitation side. I also drove garbage trucks. Sanitation is a pretty big deal to me. Even handling of human waste, as far as the sewage is concerned, that like I said, that's a concern that'll never go away with me if the power does go out for any appreciable time. Is what happens with all that wastewater.
So
Yeah.
I've got a very old friend of mine. We've been friends since I was in my early teens, actually. That old of a friend, and I'm like almost 40 now. So we've been friends for like a good 25 years. And he has a waste refuse company as well. Essentially, what he does is he drives Mahindras.
Yep.
Familiar with the Mahindra vehicles. And then he's got a couple of skips, and he goes and skips off and goes collects that. And actually, I was without work a good couple of years back, and I did that work for about a year and a half. And it's one of the most humbling things, and actually can be a whole bunch of fun. Just completely being willing to work in the trash and throw trash bags. And I'll tell you one experience real quick about that on the same note quickly. So one of the trash bags, this was likely the worst day, where I had this really big bag of trash, and it had a lot of the liquid of the trash in it as well. And we were throwing them like over the back of Mahindra, like over the gate, and there was little hooks on the gate. And the bag like hooked so badly, and the whole thing just came sloshing down like all over me. I've never been so like just instantly soaked in my life, but not just soaked, because it is all of this like proper trash eggies, like the worst smelling liquid ever. And we still had like a couple of drops to do and a couple of collections to do for that day. And I just like winged it, bro. Like I made sure my face and my head were like clean. And then aside from that, I just took the day as just being absolutely gross and like.
Well, that stinks. I'm just saying.
I wish Bob was here right now.
Fired,
I feel bad for missing out on Thor's live stream the other night. But anyhow,
it was a good guy.
Well, maybe he'll join us and you can make it up.
Yeah, I like the fact he calls it Thor's days.
Yeah, I'm only saying he's a good guy because he might be around, and I don't want him to hammer smash me, So
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, really, though, definitely gets along. Just a person that gets along with the whole community too. Like I've never seen him, be in a bad mood ever. So that's, and obviously everybody gets in bad moods. We get that, but definitely something that's always positive, and that's great. It's a good thing to be.
It's the quiet ones you got to be careful of. You don't want to anger them.
Just this reminds me now, when these services go down, like sometimes you see people lash out real fast.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you got to remember to, this is just a minor inconvenience, right? Hopefully you prepare enough to mitigate it or have other options, in the meantime, right? Because there's no point in getting angry about it. Because you can't, angry is not, getting mad about it is not the help situation, You know what I mean?
These days, people get angry because they're waiting too long for a red traffic light to turn green.
That happened to me, yes, last night, because I felt like I was just catching every last red light. Like I was trying to scramble from work over to the main office to go pick up my paycheck. And I know that the direct deposit had finally set up because they're telling me it would take 2 weeks. Get over there, I bum rushed over to that office just to make sure I could pick up my paycheck. 2 minutes till the office doors closed. And then they tell me, oh yeah, no, you're already direct deposited. I was like, oh, okay. Well, shoot, I don't even know why I was rushing over here. I was told 2 weeks. I didn't want to have to. Sorry.
Let's talk about the direct deposit and money, right? And about the banking, right? See, when we lost the service here in Canada back in July 2022, right? Banking, because it was connected in for some people for that, went down too. So auto deposit, withdraw, nothing, right? Like I talked to someone that actually went through this because they got affected, right? They were lucky. They just managed to pull money out right before it happened. They're a truck driver, right? So they pulled it out before the service went down in the morning. And they're like, thank goodness I did that. Because it made it, it was a relief, right? Because now at least they got some cash in the meantime to work with.
Yeah.
To do whatever, right? If they had to, right? Because obviously they can't use their debit card.
Can you highlight
And also,
Aid's last comment there, Shadow?
The TP wars were CAD Prep's fault.
Yeah, our good old friend, Canadian. I'm not going to mention the rest of his name. That guy.
I know that do this.
Sorry.
There's a lot of, like, obviously him being a channel that's been around for such a long time, there's definitely a lot of influence that he's had within people's, like, idea of what it is, and made it, as much as people might, like him or hate him, whatever, it's definitely made it more, like, publicly aware that people should be more conscious of it. And I think that he's definitely influenced a lot of people as well. I know that myself in my own journey of preparedness, he definitely had an impact.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like I said, same way for me. But as soon as he went down that fear porn trail, that was in.
No. So I'll tell you something, and you might agree with me on this as well because you just mentioned that. Do you remember the psychology series that he used to have? I loved those. Like, where he used to speak about, like,
I vaguely remember him going through the psychological aspects, but it makes sense because he is he's a psychologist, so
yes. No, it's a brilliant topic. I always find that. And
I found that interesting. And then like Aid would say, he did some excellent gear reviews.
Yes.
But I don't know.
Best gear reviews because he's got all the best companies that obviously need. Not all. Well, when I say the best companies, I say the most successful companies, obviously, that have the most money and capital for marketing, to be able to approach him and to be able to, like, get into kind of show their equipment. But ideally, a lot of it is really good equipment. But I will always stand by the whole thing that they don't make things like they used to, first of all, and make sure that you try and test all equipment, because some of the new fancy equipment that is out there might not always be the best, but I think that he tries to push equipment that he believes in.
Well, like Aid had said before in the past, he's one of those egotistical people where his ego won't allow him to sell subpar or promote subpar equipment on his website or on his channel. So there's that.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, that could be next week's topic.
No, I have another topic for next week, guys.
Okay, the week after.
Oh, what are you doing next week?
Next week will be the gray zone. That's the next week's topic.
Gray zone warfare.
Well, it's nor peace nor war. It's some in between.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there.
Yeah, and I chose this topic because we get the membership in NATO.
Oh yeah,
Finally.
We're constantly subject to it these days.
So I was thinking, and I was on a class last week on Wednesday, and it was for voluntary resource groups, and it was a repetition from my part, and at the end of that class, here our teacher in the topic for that class was municipality knowledge, which is
Hey, Hendo.
you learn about the municipality and which order everything is and who is responsible for what. But at the end of that class, he mentioned gray zone. So I thought that would be a good idea to have it next week. So that will be an interesting topic for sure.
Yes, it will be. And continuing on our topic for this week. What's up, Handel?
Yeah, when it comes to service disruptions, I think we can, strike action and the physical disruption through human interaction,
or natural occurrence of whatever, right? Earthquake, all this other stuff that can affect it.
Human caused disruptions will probably just continue on forever, because until it gets completely automated, so we're talking about strike action and stuff like that, or some failure in the system where someone's had a crash and he's broken a key object or part which caused a disruption. And on the other side of it, you've got the natural disaster route, and then on top of that, you've got the intentional sort of malicious damage route as well. So everyone can mitigate against this, and as long as people have got the basics and they think about the basics, electricity, heating, food, water, and all that sort of stuff, then you could
Sanitation.
Say again?
Sanitation.
Yeah, and sanitation, you can probably see yourself through a number of weeks or months, just like Guardians alluded to earlier. And after, just like, COVID, we've had already one major disruption and something which impacted everyone badly because we were restricted severely and left, right and center. People just haven't, I can't see any people that I talk to day-to-day basis that have taken extra steps. That should have been a wake-up call for people, and it hasn't happened. I mean, let's have a look at satellites, for instance. All it takes is for one, the Kessler syndrome to take effect, where you got satellites bumping into each other and it causes a cascade effect. And that's it, that's out of our control. And the next thing you know, we're back decades and decades and decades technologically.
Faster than you can think.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And because we're so reliant on these systems now, it's unthinkable as to the impact, because something as simple as a satellite cascade effect will just impact every part of our lives, from air travel, GPS systems, communications, the banking system, everything. And things like power stations, they're all interconnected and online now, and they rely on all this sort of stuff. It's just unbelievable.
Even the nuclear plants are connected to online too. So
let's hope someone shuts them down in time.
Well, you see, that's very, very good point as well, that you both raise actually, around that. I think what unfortunately happened, speaking about, just touching again lastly on that CV situation that occurred, right in the beginning, when it was still where it originated, the source of where it originated, where we started to get news about it occurring. From here, I told people locally that it was going to, expand out of the borders. And I don't mean to be that person that says I told you so about things, but the same frustration that can be tied to people not understanding how, we just had a scenario like that, and that they should be cautious and that they should try and make some sort of mitigation plan for, a short-term period. The same frustration that comes and is entwined with that is the same frustration that I experienced, where it legitimately felt like I was standing in the middle of a crowd, in like a huge crowd of people, and there was a bus on the way at high speed, right? And I was screaming at the top of my lungs to try and get people to move out of the way, because I saw how this could absolutely impact people. And for me, however, I was wrong about the seriousness of it and the severity of it at the time. I did see it as much more severe, but I did understand that it was expanding. And even though I tried to keep a calm demeanor when trying to communicate what I thought was occurring, which eventually did happen, it still wasn't enough and nobody would listen. So I think that if there was to be some sort of mass situation that we just had, but the mortality rate was much higher, people still wouldn't care. And that is the thing that is beyond me, is that we're basically like, it's the sheeple thing is so severe. And it's just like people live their day-to-day lives not even caring, like just, like not even caring what's happening.
They're a frog in water that's warming up.
I think
That
people
was
are
pretty good.
But
Sorry.
don't want to jump out yet.
people are slowly becoming conditioned to the pace of news, where you might see one thing on the, a lot of people watch TV and they get addicted to news. Hope, at some sort of subconscious level, they think, I'll watch the news, and it gets them into a frame of mind that if it's happening over there and not in their backyard, they're okay. And then they see some catastrophic events happening on the news, because it's not by them, fine. And then the next minute, 2 days later, that's old news, and they're moving on to something else. It's, I think it's a gradual conditioning of people.
Well, that's something that Man over at John the Prepared Mind channel. That's what they talk about, the 72-hour news cycle.
Yeah,
where the news is changing about every 3 days, all the major headlines. Heck, you know what? I still haven't found any relevant information on what's going on with that fire that took place north of me. There was a major fire that took place in the Texas Panhandle. I'm having a hard time trying to sift through all the BS, see if whether or not they actually got that put out or not. As far as I can tell, is over 1 million acres was on fire and 2 people have died, but I don't know anything else outside of that.
Even when it comes down to, and that's just watching through media, if you're face to face with something, as the Guardian says there with the bus scenario, it comes down to some people's state of mind as well. I think you get some people who freeze and all this sort of stuff, fight or flight. Some people who ignore. I think most of us have been in a situation where you've been in a crowded place and you heard the fire alarm go off, and everyone just sits there waiting for someone to actually act.
Yeah, I remember. I have one for
just
that.
stay here. Yeah, it's.
I'd seen
Hey, Sister
t-shirts.
Girl Prepping, good to see you, ma'am.
Hi,
I've seen
Sassy.
t-shirts that say somebody should do something.
Yeah, exactly. It's
so much.
the same sort.
Can I mention a
same sort
story?
of thing. Go on, Sal. Sorry.
I want to mention a story because that about the fire thing that happened to me once. Right, I was in a public area. Right, we were just playing some pool. Actually, it was a bar. We were playing some pool. Fire alarm went off. Right, I was just like, for half a second, I'm like, so no one's saying anything. I stood up and said to everyone, "Okay, it's probably a false alarm. Let's all check and make sure everything's good. All right, let's check the kitchen. Staff. We'll check the doors. Look outside. Right, make sure everything's good. Right, because." I mean, I did it because, we're in it as together. I have friends here, right? You know what I mean? So just in case it was serious, right? At least we were aware of this, not just kind of, yeah, it's nothing. It's a false alarm, and assuming that it's a false alarm or it's nothing or it's down the street or whatever, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I see that. I've seen that before, where no one acts.
Yeah. And there's various things people can do to build their immunity up to the shock of out of the ordinary things and all this sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, look at what can go wrong and do something about it. Like I said, if people have got the basics, power, comms, heating, food, water, etc., then they will go a long way to helping them endure what's going to happen. They can look at past events, what has gone on, what possibly could go on. It's the things that will sideswipe us that have never gone on, which will probably hit people more psychologically. I mean, luckily here we don't get power cuts or anything like that. No Guardian does. Probably good to hear some of his experiences and how they deal with it, really.
So yeah,
I like to hear these stories too.
It is definitely something that's prevalent, consistently. But what I will say, and I really do mean this with all my heart, is that the great place to start is to spend your Saturday nights with a sober mentality, speaking about important topics that we discuss here with a bunch of people that also realize that things might not always stay as stable as they are. And that's why I spend my Saturday evenings where we are right now, speaking on these conversations and here on Shadow Night and Shadow Stream. And I really just can take a moment within that. And I know it's said very lightly, but I really do appreciate the platform that you provide for us, Shadow, every Saturday night. And I just want to tip my hat and say thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome.
I'm clapping.
Yeah.
Standing ovation.
Yeah,
That's what we are here for, guys.
To Shadow.
That's what we are here for, guys.
Unfortunately, like I said, I don't have the following like you do. So I've tried doing live streams in the past, and I'm lucky to get like even 10 people to show up. So like I said, I don't do them. So I'd rather just be a guest on somebody else's live stream. Because like I said, you provided an excellent outlet to talk to people in live time.
The good thing about this sort of thing is you can pick one subject and thrash it out and come up with all sorts of different scenarios, different people's views from all over the world. And then, people got a lot of better understanding. Say again?
And things we can actually do about it, right? Not
yeah,
just,
exactly.
Stand by, right, and assume that it'll won't affect us, right? It's just like the fire thing. It's just like the fire thing, right? People hear it nowadays. It's just like everyone's kind of doesn't act on it. I'm like, let's not assume this is a false alarm or, someone just pulled it, right? It could be this real situation that could sideswipe us. Like, I remember another scenario where this happened, right? I was like one of the first people to stand. But okay, let's actually go check, because if this is serious, because we're in a public building, there's a lot. I have friends with me. I want to make sure everything's good, right? Because if it's not, then we might only have seconds beforehand, right? That lead time, right? This is the time to do something, not just be complacent and be on the sidelines or sit down, right? Let's actually do something, right? I rather know for sure that I checked everything and not assume that, it's a false alarm. Someone just pulled the alarm, right? Because that's what happens, right? A lot of these things, people think it's a false alarm and become complacent about it, and then, quote unquote, the fire magically doubles in size, and next thing you know, people are in danger.
Probably what you do in those first seconds, which count. Yeah. I mean, subconsciously, people will look up straight away when they hear an alarm. There's no smoke, no fire here. I'm fine. So that'll be their first sort of protective process, and then they'll go into sort of another process where they're waiting for someone else to say to confirm, there is a fire over there, or I can see smoke and all this sort of stuff. or they can hear someone starting to shout because they're in pain from the effects and stuff.
Yeah.
Or they see a bunch of people starting to run. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Well, because I always think, just like in a vehicle, you're in it together, right? I mean, like, if something happens, well, I mean, I have friends with me, all right? I want to make sure I'm doing everything possible, not just standing back and doing nothing, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can live with myself if I,
If
if something did
the
happen and I should have did something 5 minutes beforehand.
So the true hero moments are the things that we do, like that people do on a daily basis, right? So the kindness, and I know that I'm full of cheese this evening, but the kindness and stuff that you have, CR, for everybody else, and the way that you lift people's spirits, like the little moments.
I encourage.
Yeah, it's that
With
the
the CR in
encouragement that you do, the exact encouragement that you give for your brothers and your friends. And I think that
Well. I mean, I'm no saint, but I mean, I try to. I mean, I'm not this guardian here. This guy. Now, this guy, he's awesome.
you see,
The
I
guy
love you,
in the middle.
I really mean it. Like, it really does go a far way to encourage other people, and it's.
I'm just in the back, an NPC character, right? I'm not the blue shirt guy.
I have to main character, bro, all the time. What do you mean? I'd fall apart if I didn't.
I'm just that NPC in the back.
I'm completely kidding, dude. Like the whole main character thing, I think we're all main characters in our own stories, right? Aren't we? Isn't that how it works? Like, to a degree, and we should treat ourselves like with a lot of respect and dignity and self-love as well. And I mean that, because if you don't level like yourself, then it's hard to level like other people. And I don't know if anybody disagrees with that.
I was thinking about one thing, what can happen and happened here in Sweden anyway. That was, I believe it was a couple of weeks ago. There was a disruption for a hospital here. I believe it was in Stockholm or somewhere in that area. And it was a cyber attack against that hospital. So that was a huge disruption in that hospital. So they had huge issues. They couldn't get anything from the computers. They couldn't do anything. So that sucked, really.
It's the small.
You were saying, PB?
Yeah, I was going to say, generally everyone's aware of the big sort of disruptions that can occur. So, it could be a power outage, comms blackout, storms, and that sort of stuff that cause it. It's the other, it's the ones that don't generally happen that often, or they do happen that often. We don't hear about them, or they're so minor that it doesn't really affect everybody. That will probably really be a huge impact. They're the ones that are going to sideswipe us, like the gas pipeline, for instance.
Yeah.
Something could happen to that, or we've already mentioned petrol and diesel supplies. The supply chain itself, it was only a couple of years ago where we had a big container ship that was wedged in the Suez Canal, for instance. That disrupted things for a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah, the Evergreen.
Yeah, that had a huge knock-on effects in the commercial sector, and then the trickle-down effect. There was some fat in the system, but there was disruption there. The water supply, quite regularly all over Britain, there's disruption in the water supply, but it's very limited to smaller areas.
We got Fort Michigan over here.
Yeah, so manufacturing as well. It could be a disruption or a key component that's the factory might have caught fire and it's had a huge impact elsewhere. Hacking of the health service, like Shadow mentioned there, cyber attack, or the police records. An expose of confidential files. We had one of those 3 or 4 weeks ago here where confidential police files checked and released.
Mhm.
And it could even be, a minor disruption that everyone thinks of, but it doesn't really affect you unless you're on the ground. It's, plane delays, plane closures at airports,
Which has
train,
happened.
roads, all this sort of stuff. And, that's more of an inconvenience, really, unless it's a part of a critical sort of process. But, yeah, it's, I think those little ones, those little sort of strains of supply, should I say, that if they get disrupted or cut off, will be a big side swiper. Definitely.
Yeah.
Thanks, Guardian. I appreciate it.
No.
And thanks, viewers.
Should we all chip in? Give me a sec.
Holy smokes.
So, yeah, identify your critical resources. What are you going to do if there's a power outage?
Well,
we come down to... Sorry, go on.
Can we actually kind of play through these scenarios for a little bit?
Yeah,
I think this is a good idea because just so we're not just talking about the situations, but what can we actually do about it or mitigate it or prevent it or stuff like that, because I think in terms of preparedness,
Yeah, I was going
being
to say,
proactive, being proactive, right? And besides, guys, we got to fill up this 4 hours of live stream time. We got to fill up the time, bro. We're only barely an hour in.
So what I was going to say is, people have to identify their own critical resource path, really. So what affects them directly. So, we're going down some nuts and bolts here. What's going to happen on the ground? So, yeah, so basically you sort of need to make, people out there need to make a list of essential items that they need during an outage, specifically a power outage at this stage. So,
yeah, because, most people can identify that or have gone through
a
couple hours or longer, right?
Because everything's
they can relate to it.
You're going to have to, your prescription service will probably stop. So get your medications, write those critical medications down. Any medical equipment you might need, you might be on a CPAP machine or anything like that. And, that requires battery power. And then it starts to evolve into a whole set of things, you start to need to prioritize then, how are you going to power this machine? Where you're going to get the fuel for it. If you're going to use a generator, is it going to be on battery power? How are you going to recharge the batteries and keep them going if it's a prolonged outage and this sort of stuff? Get all your important documents together, especially if they're, in some sort of cloud storage. You may want that as an alternative sort of backup means of storage. So I think, everyone knows sort of the general sort of threats out there, and you could think about it for a couple of hours and come up with a reasonable list. So yeah, I'd suggest then identify how those threats will impact you. So is it going to impact your prescriptions, for instance? Is it going to impact the fact that you're solely reliant on gas or coal or wood?
Food in your fridge, food in your freezer.
Power. And then you can start thinking, right, okay, power, number one. How am I going to keep the fridge going? How long is it going to last? How long is it likely to last? Have I got the power to do this sort of stuff? We've got a backup generator, the fuel, the ability to recharge my batteries using panels, for instance. Am I bothered about that sort of stuff? I might have an oil-fire burner and all this sort of stuff. So,
do I even have lights so I can see at night while I'm doing this?
Yeah. Am I using lights, candles, wind-up flashlights,
solar lights?
But as soon as anything's happened, the need for information goes right up. Then, and we've talked about information streams in a previous episode, and as soon as anything happens, immediately people want to know, right, how long is it going to last? Is it just me is affected? Is it my road, my street, my region? Is the whole world affected? How long is it going to last for? And if you know those sorts of basic questions, then it can ease you a lot. You know, if you think, okay, it's just the county that's gone out, for instance, they'll get it back online soon because they've got the resources from other counties to help that
Yeah, they
county
have
comply.
external. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. All right.
If
But
it's
once
more
it
of a,
becomes state or countrywide, then it's like,
yeah,
it's gonna be a little bit longer.
then
That's
it's going
a
to be a
good
longer
point
term.
there, sassy gal. Should consider that.
Yeah, make one list for short term
Yeah,
and one list
definitely.
for long term power outage. That's a good idea, actually. I never thought
Yeah.
about that one before.
Yeah.
So thanks
Such
for
a
the
good
tip.
idea.
Eric.
I guess because the whole military side of me, I never shut that part of the brain off, but whole military side of me is what kicked my ass into gear and getting into prepping to begin with. And just after finding out that we were doing some drills back in 2016 of Kim Jong-un, potentially launching a nuclear warhead over the lower 48 United States and detonating it in the Earth's atmosphere, making an EMP weapon. That really, like I said, really got me dialed in. So I don't know. I guess I should have started making a list, short term, long term. But I guess everything went long term for me.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think, people don't necessarily have to drill down into those details. They can start off with a basic list. You've got to start somewhere. And any more involved you get
to
into
that
it.
whole 72-hour kit and then working your way out. Like, I think, hell, even our favorite prepper that his name shall not be mentioned, he talked about, I'm pretty certain some point in time he's mentioned something to the lines of prepping and basically in kind of like circles, you slowly branch out to a week and then a month and so on and so on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and you overlap those circles, right? Of things because
you generally
let's
get an
just say,
outline of how long things. There's a sort of a trend line. How long has it lasted for in the past? If it's been localized, depends.
has it happened in your area before?
Yeah.
Right.
I do know when we had that gasoline shortage when the pipeline got hacked, I already had gas stockpiled. I just went ahead and stockpiled more of it. As a result, after all that finally calmed down.
It's easy to, have a lot of things in your head thinking, right, I'll do this and do this and do this. But, people, you got to write these things down, folks. You can't remember everything. There's nothing wrong with the list. Nothing wrong with keeping it electronically. And from there,
like
you can
were
start
saying before, the reason why you write instructions out so clearly for everybody to understand is that you're saying, like, if you were incapacitated or whatever, like for, you were talking about your water storage, you said that the other members of your group can make sure they treat the water properly or whatever, use the correct amount of bleach.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So on my water cans, on my water filters, stuff like that, on my water treatment pack and all, everything that I use, even down to the essential oils that I keep, I always write my own little notes and stick it on the bottle, the can, or the container in simple terms what to do, because it's easy to forget. I mean, the amount of times I've forgotten how many drops of bleach does a liter of water.
One or two.
Yeah, so just write it down,
per liter
on your little bleach bottle or whatever, or your water can, 4 drops, etc., or 3 of these or whatever. Simple. So, and it covers a whole load of bases because it's not just you that's going to do it. It could be anyone else. You could be incapacitated or asleep when you have to do it, and someone else does it instead of you.
Or you're running an errand, or you're away from home and you're still getting back home, or you're gonna go scavenge for something and you're away. So
it's not only that, right? It's also the fact that in those situations, if you are underneath a certain amount of stress, and if you in general, right? So in a panic situation, underneath a certain amount of stress, your alertness goes out the window, absolutely in every way. Like your ability to be cognizant and to think strategically in any way and to remember little details and stuff like that. Like no matter who you are, those type of things absolutely fly out the window. And then not only that, but underneath certain amounts of dehydration, certain amounts of hunger, there are so many different things that impact your capability to follow simple instructions that out of memory, that having like the ability to have them on little notes is absolutely a godsend.
Just to add to that, not just have them on notes, but actually do the things, right? Muscle memory, right? By actively gaining experience by actually doing the stuff.
I'll give I'll give people an example. There's a reason why on petrol and fuel filler caps on vehicles, they have the words diesel and petrol written on there, because no matter how many times people fill up, the one time they put the wrong fuel in.
Mm-hmm.
And they've even come down to the fact now the nozzle sizes have changed here.
Yep. Yeah, they did the same thing over here.
So
Diesel nozzles are slightly bigger than the gasoline nozzles.
Yeah, just to remind people, because it happens so often. And, you know, they've been driving around a petrol car and then all of a sudden they put diesel in it and you just can't fathom it out, can you? But it happens all the time. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with lists, simple instruction, that sort of stuff. Even if you have to write down on a generator the startup procedure, because when something goes wrong when you're starting a generator, for instance, and you can't quite start it first time or second time or third time, if you start scratching your head thinking, well, it must start, I'm doing it right. So just put a little checklist on the generator, write it in pen or something, get your Sharpie out, you know, startup procedure, and, you know, that sort of stuff. Yeah, you can't go wrong with simple instructions. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, you can start to once you got all this, your lists written down. It doesn't have to happen all in one day or 1 week. You can, you know, you can take a month or two over it. Doesn't really matter. Then start to assemble your kit. Then what you need from that list. Your emergency kit. So how many bottles of water are you going to store? How much food are you going to store? What's your duration going to be? Is there likely to be injuries? So first aid kit, flashlights, batteries,
Inspired John, good to see you, brother.
Manual can opener, for instance, warm clothes, fire extinguisher, all this sort of stuff. And then, you know, once you've got a list of kits to get, you can slowly trickle through buying that kit, and then you can start managing the kit through, you know, whatever means, once a week check, once a month check, all this sort of stuff. But yeah, I think the biggest outage that could probably affect the end user, like I said, is power. We can physically live without communications in our house. Forget corporations, supply chains. The end user can live, you know, if you've got the water and the food and stuff. You got to think about if it's in the winter, then it's more of an impact. Summer, you've got the air conditioning sort of scenario. It's warm. There's a whole host of things to think about. And like I said, before we know it, you can cover these basic stuff. Before you know it, you wake up in the morning, switch on TV or whatever, and you suddenly find out that you've been completely sideswiped by another service outage or something more sinister, like all your data's been stolen off a website that you've been registered to, or you bought something from. So now your identity is in question. Then, you know,
your identity won't mean much.
And that stuff has happened.
Your future. Go ahead, CR.
No, I mean, if your identity has been stolen, it won't affect your life in terms of living. But if it's just you, say it's you and a couple of thousand of people that it has been stolen from, it could affect your online capacity to buy things and.
Well, because it could be tied into PayPal, something like that.
Yeah, your monetary income and that sort of stuff. So
that's where it would affect you.
Yeah, so it's got some sort of disruptive effect, but it's not life-threatening immediately. Sort of, I mean, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I think what the the point of view where I'm coming from as well on this is that it won't be too long before the capability that people have to make everything seem fake, like it's going to be ridiculous. Like we're just about to get into an age, if you've seen what's happening with, you know, how social media impacts things and how much botting there is out there in real time right now, right? I'm not speaking hypothetically. I'm speaking about things that are happening at the moment. How much botting is done and how much like hacking is done on a daily basis through everything. There's so much, and it's just getting worse and worse day by day. So we are definitely losing our ability to be able to distinguish what is truly who you truly are compared to, you know, a version of you that can be made up online. And like, if you look at how easy it would be to create a persona and an identity and have them come onto our live streams, for example, and this could happen very, very soon, where you could have an entirely generated persona and personality of somebody that is absolutely fictitious, and they could come onto like a live stream, speak the same way that you all do, even make like errors to make it sound more genuine, and then, you know, you would be it would be indistinguishable from you or I. So I'm just saying we are getting to a point of that very, very soon, and that is when it comes to communication and service interruptions as well. That is going to be such a large service interruption within itself that we don't even realize that yet. Like, when it comes to things being faked and not being able to understand the authenticity of things and what you see online, because we're so heavily dependent on things being online as well, and your identification and everything about you can just be replicated in a heartbeat. So what is really going to be there in set in stone? I mean, even with the text to video generators that we've got at the moment, like you could take my entire Guardian quest last year that you did, where, you know, where I did what you guys know about and stuff, and you just replace a face, you put somebody else's face in it, and with AI, to the point.
No, but it'll never be as handsome as the original.
Yeah. So,
You see, right?
yeah. So essentially, you're talking about service interruptions with what I can call it, like an overabundance of information, or I guess an overabundance of artificially generated information. And I think that kind of goes along the lines of what the heck was his name? Joker over at Better Bachelor was talking about. He'd mentioned something about the dead internet theory with all these AI and all the bots and everything like that.
Yes,
taking over for the Only Fools, you know, the Only Fools accounts. They got bots out there that are artificially generating videos and photos, and yeah.
Yep,
It's
yep.
endless.
Just like the one Guardian has, right?
That internet died in 2010 or something like that, right? That's hilarious. Like the actual whole theory. Sorry, Sia, to interrupt you.
No. You're not interrupting. I said my piece.
So you
Can
guys
we
were
address
actually,
that?
like you guys were actually talking about the dead internet theory for like a while, and could you give a link to that channel that we can check it out?
Oh, yeah, Better Bachelor. Hang on, let me see. I'm it's a men's channel, so feminists beware. Probably don't
You
want
could share it if you wanted to. You could share it in the private chat, buddy. Like
Okay.
absolutely fine. Share it in the private chat, brother.
Yeah, hang on. Let me find his thing. I usually listen to him just for like casual news, you know. Like I said, the stuff he brings up is mostly men's related issues.
So the topic that Shadow's highlighting at the moment as well is such a big one. That even brings up way more problems as well if you're looking at camping in any sort of place. So with SHTF type scenarios as well, where you have to obviously have your
that was something that I was talking about when I was you know, briefly talking about on the whole sanitation issue. It wasn't just the trash. It was the issue of if and when the power grid, like I said, power grid failure is probably one of my biggest scares. And one of the issues that comes from that is people are going to keep figuring out ways to keep continually flushing their toilets. And anybody who's on some sort of city or municipal sewer system, they're not on a septic tank, they're going to have backups. They're going to have backups into their house. Like, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about backup in a positive, manner. I'm talking like raw sewage is coming up through their toilets and sinks and everything like that.
So backup, like throwing up.
Yeah.
Kind of backup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say it like that?
Yeah. That has been an issue for me, and unfortunately, there is, as far as I can tell, outside of like having some really expensive plumbing work being done to your sewer line and having somebody install like a massive oversized freaking ball valve to your own sewer pipe to your house that you can shut if you know that the sewer is going to be down for a very, very, very long time to prevent the sewage from backing up into your house. There really is no feasible way that I can personally think of to stop that from happening. As far as taking care of your business, it's going to be 18th century, 19th century practices where we've got outhouses in their backyards now. We're digging out slit trenches in the backyards and we're disposing of our waste out there.
I would go for the composting toilet if it's longer term, or if short term. When it comes to going to the toilet, I think you could use a bucket with a bit of sponge around the edge and a bit of plastic bag in it.
Yeah.
That's 3 days, and that's you're going to have to start recycling, changing it around, and that sort of thing, and emptying it. You still got to put the bag somewhere. Then you can look at the longer term for say up to 2 weeks before you have to change something. Is the chemical toilet people use for camping, and then you've got a macerated toilet, but that requires a bit of electric. Or
You're right there, inspired JJ. Sorry.
You can go down the route of burning it through. You can get you can get an incinerated toilet which uses either gas or battery power, but it's a waste of fuel basically.
Yeah,
But I think the golden solution really for me would be a composting toilet. I know a bloke who's got one, and he says they're great. And I've looked at it and used it and tried it out, and it looks.
So you've been on that throne. Oh,
yeah,
I've
been
been
on that. So
Oh,
fired.
yes,
You are so fired.
Oh,
basically, you just
right?
after a week or two, you can just throw it into normal trash because it's broken down that well. Sometimes it can take 8 weeks, depending on if you're separating the solids and the liquid well enough and all this sort of stuff, and you got a bit of.
Or you get a
collapsible
foldable toilet.
Yeah. So that's the type of thing that I would suggest is on par with a bag, basically. Because what do you put in there? You put a bag in there and some sort of.
Yeah, that is exactly what we do.
I've got one of those. I got 2 of those 5-gallon buckets with the Reliant brand toilet seats on them. Reliance is a Canadian brand, and I've got them lined with 13-gallon trash bags.
All right.
I triple line both of them, but thankfully I haven't had to use either one. But that's my solution for waste, at least in the interim. I don't know how long something like that's going to last because to be honest with you, I didn't really stockpile that many trash bags for those 2 buckets. So at some point in time, they are going to get messy.
Right. What I use on a full-time basis is a chemical toilet, and it's just like the ones you use for camping, except it's domestically installed, and a little light will come on when it's full. You empty the cassette.
I said 2, sassy girl. Sorry.
And then you put in blue toilet chemical, which is formaldehyde based. Horrible stuff, but it does the job. It kills the odor and that sort of thing, and it makes it sort of palatable for when you go and you open the lid and you don't get these bad smells come out. But
You
Couple
need
of tips.
to have a protective gear to use formaldehyde or what?
Well, a couple of tips for people. What we do is the formaldehyde comes in a sort of blue formulation, and you don't need. You just open the lid, pour it in, pour a capful in, and that's it, done. When you come to empty it, it's got to be emptied into a sort of a sewer receptacle, whether that's a dedicated L-sand point, we call them, or whether you open up a grate and then pour it down. But either way, so this blue formaldehyde solution, it comes in green and red and all this sort of stuff in various different countries, but it's very expensive. And a general sort of one cassette toilet would last 3 or 4 days if you're urinating into it as well. And we're talking about a 10-litre tank. If you don't urinate into it, you can extend that lifespan up to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You just pee into a jug or something and just tip it somewhere. But instead of using the toilet blue, if you use biological tablets that you use in your washing machine, that effectively does the same job. And it does it because the biological tablet will break down all the bacteria and it won't cause it to smell as much. You'll still have to empty it in the same sort of duration, but it's a cheaper solution. And it's a lot more effective because you're not having to store loads and loads of tablets or a liquid. What you got is like a box of biological washing powder tablets. I've done a video on this, and it's a real good cost-saving measure and a space-saving measure as well because of the storage factor.
Can I just add in something real quick? Because I know Sassy mentioned about the stinky thing, all right? We're gonna, and I know inspired John said about digging a hole. I was thinking to myself, if it's in the middle of this in the winter and it's minus 40 out, I'm probably not gonna be able to dig a hole in the ground.
Yeah,
it's gonna be frozen solid.
Yeah, it doesn't even
Right.
need to be minus 40.
Well, okay, I'm just saying hypothetically. Now, on the same opposite side of the equation, what happens if it's plus 40, 104 out? It's gonna be worse. You may attract insects and flies and all that
flies and stuff.
And remember, in the heat, things decompose faster in heat, right?
Yeah.
Which means it's gonna release smell.
Liquid is the key thing when it comes to breaking down the actual humanure, as they call it.
Humanure?
There is actually a humanure manual. I've got one in my digital library. It's about a 30-odd page plus manual. But anyway, yeah. Separate your liquid from your solids is one key factor. And you can use, if you've got one of those sort of bucket scenario or a collapsible toilet scenario, you could even to mitigate storing anything else, you could use the dog poo bags and crap in those, tie them up, and then that's, you seal the smell and associated other stuff with it, seal it up, tie it up, then you can dispose of that however you want to then. But that's, one small aspect really.
Well,
but
if you do that, you can collect those and build yourself a catapult for home defense and just fling them at the invaders.
Oh, so a ball thing?
They used to do this sort of stuff in medieval times, didn't they?
Pooed in doggy bags, flung them at the enemy.
Yeah, delete doggy bag, insert something else. They used to. If you look, an interesting fact: if you go to any of the English castles, no doubt they did this at many other countries as well. The toilets would be quite high up in the castle, and the privies, and they used to. It looked like a regular toilet, but when you looked into it, it sort of disappeared down and out against the walls. So all the crap came out, and it was just effectively coming out onto the edge of the side of the castle walls. And they used to use all this sort of stuff to sort of fling at the enemies including other stuff, like boiling tar and stuff like that. But yeah, so service outages.
Sorry.
That'll be for another video for another week, everyone.
So service outage, when you're talking power, it's the little things like that which people, it might seem little, but thinking about it, but you're going to be doing it every day, unless you're either going to be doing it every day because you're crapping through the eye of a needle because you're not used to eating the preps you've got, or you're going to be bunged up. And in which case, you can't keep hold of it forever. It's going to come out like a cannonball at some point. So, yeah, we've all been there. So it's something to think about, and that's probably, it's the disgusting factor as well that plays on people's minds when it was probably prompted a load of people to go and buy all this toilet roll. Maybe, I don't know. But,
yeah, maybe.
Inspired John says, would anyone consider building a septic tank system? I would go there if I was in one place.
See, I would consider having a septic tank if I was out in the country, but because I'm in the city right now, that's not an option. But
I would definitely go down the compost route.
I think for me, a system
Hey,
that
Slippery Pickle, good to see you.
Pickle, a system that reduces the volume and the smell. That's what I want. All right, because it would kind of indirectly infect you for a period of time, right?
yeah,
You just don't notice it. No matter how much tolerance you have, no matter if you plug your nose, it's just you're just gonna be thinking about it.
You're welcome, Sassy.
The reason I'd go for the composting routes as well, if you think longer term, nothing is of waste that includes what comes out of your backside. So you can potentially use human turds as compost, for instance. So, it's one aspect of something that's, why would you throw it away if it becomes useful? If you're growing plants and the only sort of manure you've got is human manure, then use it. So,
and you have the time to let it break down.
I guess part of
when for human waste to break down to such a fine point where you can use it on soil for plants can take around about 8 weeks. Depends how you let how it is processed in terms of how you dry it out from the point of exit to implantation. So. But anyway, so yeah, that's the Turdicus side of it covered. So
I will say one thing on this topic is that in desperate situations, it pushes people to do desperate measures, and I'm well aware of this as well. However, obviously, the same thing for using manure from any sort of being that is either omnivorous or carnivorous in any way. There are some bad sides to it. So a person does need to be cautious, and it is extremely advised that it's a last-ditch effort. So, when it does come down to it, yes, it absolutely can help, but one does need to be very, very, very cautious on because we can't really remove the pathogens either.
Because it bioaccumulates.
Yes, so you have to be careful with it and use a very small percentage of it if you are using it.
Well, I was going to say too, if yourself or any members in your group are taking prescription medications or over-the-counter medications, that will show up in your waste, and if you try to use that as a means of fertilizing your vegetable garden, unfortunately, you're going to taint whatever vegetables you're trying to grow, because they will also have traces of those medications inside the vegetables.
Yeah, so ideally, because you have to heed the warnings, but ideally when it comes down to really like roughing it and worst case scenario, like you'll do pretty much whatever you can to make sure that those crops stay in good, healthy condition as well. And that that's why rabbits, that's why on this topic, just, to close up on it as well, on this specific side of it, is that your regular rabbits, like raising rabbits as well, as
chickens as well.
Yeah, chickens are really, really good for it. Chickens and rabbits, obviously amazing for that aspect of
No,
it.
but chickens not so much, because they're not a good, like rabbits are much better.
For
Yeah.
the new aspect of it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with your wife on that one. Yeah, she's right, but I have heard plenty of people using when they clean out the coops, they use the chicken manure.
You're very wise. You're very wise to not disagree, my good friend.
No, but she is.
Well, I
very-
agree too. I
she's
agree
very
too.
much
I agree.
right. She's very much right. I've heard people that enter the pumpkin growing contests, and like I've heard some people, the reason why they've broken world records with their pumpkin growing is because they were using a mixture of basically rabbit pellets and mostly rabbit pellets. Like that was their source of their fertilizer.
Yeah, it's just there's more uses with the rabbits.
Well, I hear rabbits also turn around. They actually do eat their own excrement, and it's only because it's not fully digested the first go around. It's only partially digested.
So, if anyone wants to delve into this sort of thing, there is a manual out there. It's called the Human Manure Manual, and it will delve into all these sort of issues that people can research and stuff.
That's brilliant. What is it called again? Preparedness veteran?
Human manure.
Human Manure Manual. Yeah. So, I'll drop a link.
I dropped the link at humanerhandbook.com.
Oh, by the way, I did drop that link for the other channel on the private chat.
Right. I'll drop a link in the chat. I've got a digital library, and it's in there. There's a big section in there about composting and all this sort of stuff. So
That's incredible. I think that honestly, like looking at this from a logical perspective as well, I know that it's a topic that people don't usually like resonating around too much, but I definitely think that is so valuable. Having an understanding for it, I'll definitely check this out. Just because of extreme, desperate, long-term SHTF type scenarios, one should always be wise about that. And if there isn't a capability, look. So if you look at the way that certain peoples have lived across the ages, right, you'll always find that in, say, for example, the Native American Indians as well, and some of the tribes throughout Africa as well, they always tend to make sure that they use every single last bit of resource as well, right? And even, people settling across the different areas across the world as well, wherever you find humans in dire situations, that's what is it? Necessity is the mother of all invention. What was something? Something like that.
You got that quote correct.
Yeah. So basically,
Hey, Bushcraft family, good to see you, brother.
Yes, lovely to see you, bud. Welcome to the chat. It's really good to have you here. So I think that whatever happens to people in those situations, that they just need to be as resourceful as possible, is what I'm really getting at.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Right, just like a preparedness veterans did, right? As HTF, nothing goes to waste, right? You use everything as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Well, because if you think about a situation
Vanessa.
like, hi Vanessa.
Hey,
Hey,
Vanessa.
Vanessa, good to see you.
If you think of a situation like that, your resources are going to be valuable because obviously you don't have your typical things, whatever it is, right? So you'll have to utilize everything to its full potential.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a single-use item, and no
Yeah.
matter what it is, if it's even plastic or paper or wood or whatever.
Yeah, or like it might come to a
Vanessa.
point where it's like, I gotta distill this urine to get some fresh water back in the system for
All right,
whatever reason.
This one
Yeah.
Because
comment
it hasn't
Vanessa
rained for the last
posted
2
real
weeks.
quick. Prepper Nurse One has also brought this up a few times in the past. She's talking about having books and card games, stocked up.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyhow, sorry. Hey, sorry about that, CR.
CR, come back. He's pushed beyond the brink now.
You're still muted, CR.
Yeah, he is.
Right.
I know that because I was trying to say hi to Vanessa Kitty. That's why I thought Steve was going to take another minute.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying that she
I'm trying to say
I'm trying
hi
to
to
make sure I
Vanessa
read
Kitty
the side chat because every now and then there's a good.
I'm trying to type in the side chat. Steve, come on. You were talking, so I didn't want to interrupt. But yeah, I mean, we got to remember that the resources that we do have, or at the time of the situation, give us that option, right? Obviously, the skills and knowledge, experience help with said gear, right? But some things you can't. It's very difficult to recreate, right? And if you have something that can be used for a said application, right, you'll probably use it, right? Or reuse it or recover the material again, because it's serious enough for the situation, especially if it's longer term, right? Not just a couple days, not a couple of weeks, but just say longer than a month, right?
Yeah.
And you might need a little bit more resources to use, right? So you're gonna take something that you already have and reuse it for a different application, whatever it is, right? It's just like how when people were out of the TP, the preparedness community, and especially some of the eco minimalist community, the environmental community said, go out and if you can't get the TP, go out and buy a shirt at the first store and cut it up into squares, right? Obviously, don't put it in the toilet after, but options like that, right? Because TP is gonna be a luxury, let's just say. Right, so we need these other options available, or at least consider them. Right.
Yeah. The need
This
for
is where Shadow
information.
says yes. This is where Shadow says yes. Go on, CR. Come on, come on, Jeff. This is your show.
Yeah, but I was saying, Vanessa said, how to prep for power outages, internet services going out, cell phones, etc. Morse code, semaphore. That's Morse code is a little bit complicated and takes time to learn.
And it's a two-way thing, right? The receiving end has to know what it means too, not just the sender.
The need for information is going to be one of the key things that people think about straight away. You wake up in the morning, there's no power.
Get a hold of loved ones, right?
Switch the radio on, find out what's happening straight away to ascertain the level of the scale of the event, how widespread it is, how many people it's affected, and so on. How long is it going to go on for, and so on and so on and so on. So,
yeah,
so have alternate means of getting your information stream in your comms. I would suggest things like Morse code and semaphore. They're a specialist skill, really, and not many people are going to know how to use it unless they've, I don't know, got a ham license or something like that, or they're a semaphore expert. But how many other people are going to know it? For instance, it's more of a dedicated sort of predetermined channel that you got with someone else. So I'd suggest people are going to be more switching on the radio or trying their phone. That probably won't work. That's a bit of a delicate infrastructure. People could go to other methods if they've got the money. Satellite phones, satellite texting systems, Personal locator beacons. There's some out there which you can do two-way short message procedures with them. Fixed telephone lines. You could have you could harness sort of fixed landline stuff with wind-up field telephone systems. But that's not really going to. That's going to be an after sort of action, really. So the basic thing I think people can have in their kit would be a solar or wind-up hand crank radio, because there's going to be some form of transmission out there unless it's worldwide. So if you've got an AM long wave world band radio, you're going to pick something up, and if it's that much of a event, that widespread, everyone's going to be talking about it. Even foreign transmissions, whether or not you can understand those may be a different matter, but the majority of world service transmissions are in English anyway, as a propaganda method as well.
Panic.
So, yeah, definitely. That's why if you look at any sort of preparedness article or ask the question, then one of the things that will always come up will be a world band hand cranked radio with, it could be battery operated or solar power.
Or both.
It makes sense, complete self-sustained unit. They're relatively cheap. It gives you all the information that you immediately need to tick the box to say, okay, this is happening or that's happening.
But
if you don't,
preparedness question, how many people actually have this nowadays?
What, hand crank radio?
Oh, okay. I know here in the preparedness community, we got this.
Hey, Shadow, keep that comment up for a little bit.
I was going to say, I got friends that are like, radio? I got a phone, CR. I can pick up internet.
Which one?
Radio.
The one that you got highlighted right now. Just keep that up for a little bit because I'm gonna talk about that in a bit.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
That person's probably indicating the fact that landlines don't require power, but it could be the communication system that's gone. You see.
Yes,
so
but I was gonna say the landlines, at least here in the U.S. I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of the other countries. Landlines in the U.S. all got battery backup, so even when the overhead power is completely out and it's been out for days, they got large battery bank backups for their power. But eventually, if it's a long-term,
just like water
stuff, the battery backups will completely be drained and it won't matter.
Yeah.
Like,
let's just say 72 hours, couple days.
How long are we talking those batteries will sustain that for?
I couldn't tell you. I guess it all depends on. I guess it depends on many factors. One, how many people still have landlines, and then, how many people still have corded phones in their houses? Because only a corded phone will work. Because a lot of people got like the cordless phones for the landlines. Yeah, cordless phone won't work. I would. If I had to take a guess, if I was to take a guess, and again, I'm only spitballing here, but if I had to take a guess, I'd say only 2 weeks. And in the most ideal circumstances. But then again, I guess the question one would have to ask is like, how bogged down is the landlines going to get, and how many people are you going to be able to get a hold of with the landline? Because again, not everybody has a landline, and these days, the people that do have landlines, not many of them have the old-fashioned curly Q corded phones in their houses. They've got the wired phones, wired.
And not only that, let's remember some of these landlines now are tied in via VoIP or voice over IP, not through a standard landline, as a standard landline would have in the past. So it's different.
We are.
And not only that, you could actually know the number too.
Yep.
You actually got to know the number too, right?
Coming to a country near you, what we're doing here in UK is the copper landline system is being shut down.
Yeah,
And-
that's slowly happening here in the U.S.
Yeah.
They're going to replace it with fiber.
Yeah, we're more reliant on fiber, satellite microwaves, all that sort of stuff for the backbone network and stuff like that. So yeah,
Here in Sweden, all our landlines are more or less phased out.
copper.
There
Right.
is still few who has landline still, but
Maybe a
they will be
business.
gone very soon.
Maybe a business might still have that, right?
Yeah. What
If
we're doing
necessary.
here, the copper landline system, although it's still in place, it won't be. It's going to be switched over for public use to things like VoIP and fiber. But the actual existing copper framework it's not going to be scrapped, as in taken physically down. It's going to be used for other means. I can't remember what it's for, but it's other companies are going to start using it. Like, for instance, the 3G network has just about been switched off here now, and that's being used by smart meters and stuff. So that's
I'm surprised you guys still had 3G. I don't think 3G exists anymore out here.
Yeah, it's just been shut down here this last couple of weeks.
Like 2 years ago, back when I was with AT&T, they actually shut down their 4G network, and that was when I found out my phone didn't work while I was stuck in the hospital. My cell phone wouldn't work.
So going back to this, I mean, the basic hand crank solar powered radio is a key sort of strand in your sort of stream. So I'd recommend anyone out there who hasn't got one to get one. World band hand crank radio, definitely. And these things can also double up as other devices. They got torches in them or flashlights. They've got the ability to charge devices via USB cable.
Yeah.
So there are useful tools.
Yeah, and they're relatively inexpensive. They're not.
Yeah, exactly. I've come across a couple of real rubbish ones in my time, but generally they are fit for purpose as long as you don't abuse them too much. So I've got to disappear in a sec, so I'll just spend the last 5 minutes or so.
Well, preparedness veteran, it's always great to have you.
Yeah.
Always a
Yeah, it
pleasure.
is.
Well, people. This is my sort of almost full-time occupation is researching this stuff and checking my stuff and getting gear and all that sort of crap. So what else could people do? It's not just going to be comms and power. It could be the supply chain. It could be hacking. It could be travel disruptions, your water supply. It's think outside the box when it comes to these sorts of disruptions. It's not necessarily you as the end user that may impact. It's the knock-on effect. So someone being a large company or organization being hacked, like the health service, for instance, that does have a trickle-down effect. And it may not even be based in your country. For instance, half of our data is stored in America. So it might be an event in America that destroys or corrupts that data that has an impact here, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So, we're living in a massively interconnected world now, and, people are attacking electronically and trying to infiltrate electronically all the time. And it's not going to be long before something major really snaps. So look at your power, look at your comm systems, your heating, your food, your water, your goods, and the follow-up impact of all of that is your security, personal security.
So that's where, speaking to, one of my friends, unfortunately, he raised the point as well about, without him knowing the term for it, but he was speaking about werewolf preppers, like the way that their mentality is that they'll just go and basically find out where all the preppers are, and they'll just take, you know what preppers are. I just a little side note, preparedness. If you can perhaps, I'll type you a chat on the side as well, but it's about permissions and stuff to this library, because I definitely am interested in seeing the library, but you need to apply as somebody who has permission to be able to do it. So,
all right. Yeah. So what I'll do is, right. I'll just.
Yeah, we can talk about it. We can chat about it off stream as well. But I think that one of the you were speaking about hand crank radios, right? And those are incredible. Like I absolutely love those. Not just hand crank radios, but like hand crank torches as well. Like will last you forever. Like they're just amazing to have on you at all times. And then also not just that, but when you spoke earlier about an hour 20 minutes ago, you spoke about what it would be like.
They will last forever, so as long as you don't accidentally snap the crank handle off, because I've done that before on those.
Oh, I've done that too, Steve. I've done that before, and it sucks.
Yep.
It sucks because you would have to use pliers to manually spin that if it can do that.
Yeah, one of the hand
part,
crank radios I had years ago that literally purchased it days before from Cabela's to go to scout camp. It broke while I was there at scout camp, so I basically had to take it back to the store and get my refund because the $50 hand crank radio, the crank broke off within a few days. But I guess it kind of goes back to the whole thing, like you guys stress all the time. Make sure you're testing out your equipment.
I know the vulnerabilities or the weaknesses of it, right? So a hand crank, the cranking mechanism is the weakness, right? Because if you break it well, then you're going to rely on the solar aspect, or like I said, I have to use pliers before to manually spin some of it because I broke the mechanism with the cranking handle.
So solar powers our energy through our bodies, and we should view our equipment in the same way and have as much solar as we possibly can, because I don't see that being, a resource that's going to run out in terms of everything else. So definitely, maybe speaking.
Well, diversify.
Yeah,
right.
I do agree, always as much as you can. However, the strongest element to make sure that things are running for the longest period of time, possibly, is just to have really rugged and sturdy solar.
Power, I'm assuming.
Solar everything. There we go.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate it.
Right, so I'm going to depart.
Oh.
Is that all right? Anything
going
else?
Away present, everyone.
Yeah, going away present. There you go.
PV.
So, right.
Take care, PV.
I'll
take care. Preparing this bedroom.
I'll go offline. Just spend a couple of minutes toying around with the permissions, and if anyone can't access it, just email me or something. I'll try and sort it out. But yeah, okay. Guardian, I'll personally send you a message, WhatsApp or something, just to make sure you get it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. And obviously, it's quite a ocean of knowledge, so I definitely would like to obtain that as much as possible. We all need to be sponges in these topics as much as we can. Yep. And I just want to say thanks for being always such a sport and for having a great session with us this evening. Chat to you soon.
Yeah, no worries. I'll catch you later, CR.
Later, man. Take care.
All right, catch you later, Dios.
Later.
And Shadow, good luck. I'll see you in a bit. All right, catch you later.
See you later, baby. Take care.
As somebody that was here from the start, I will now also take my leave because I have things like coffee and stuff. So I might be back a bit later. If you guys are doing like a really late one, which I doubt that you will, I might be back a bit later. I'll pop in and see what you're doing. But
hey, it's all up to this guy. It's all up to this guy.
If you guys can bail, so can I. Well, I am bailing here pretty soon because I got other things I got to do today. I had some cleaning and stuff like that. So
it's 11 o'clock at night.
This is why you have me. This is why you have me.
It's not 11 o'clock at night. It's only 3 in the afternoon over here.
No, it's 11 o'clock and I've still got 500 push-ups to do for this evening. And I'm not even
Okay.
joking.
All
Anyway,
right, yeah, yeah.
Oh, but
All right, I
for
don't want to
Brian's
keep him.
venture,
I don't
mean,
want to keep him. He's got to break his record.
Yeah, but he can do it while he's on.
Do it while he's live.
Yeah, come on, multitask, man. Multitask. Every rep, every time you take a break from the reps, you can say something,
Well, Vanessa, I got this.
or he just leave.
He's gone. He took off.
I know. I'm just like, never mind.
Yeah. Vanessa, I've got some flashlights. I don't really have so much of the electric lamps, but I do have the old kerosene hurricane style lamps, and I've got, like, last time I checked, I had over 1,400 candles. Some of them are tea lights, and some of them are like the tall tower candles.
The pillar type one.
Yeah,
right?
pillar
Yeah.
type. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
some
I mean, I got solar lights. Right?
Okay, Gun.
All right. I mean, the solar lights. The solar lights are there for long term because obviously I can reuse the mechanism. Unlike candles, right? But the candles are there, just in case the solar's not working. Interruptions in terms of like it's cloudy for like 10 days straight, something like that. So because they overlap, what the vulnerability is one thing, the benefits of their one overlap that. So it would have to be like even more major than that. Like cloudy days, and I'm running low on fuel for the candles or the oil lamps, whatever, right? Kerosene, whatever, right? Then it'd be more serious. I
the
would need
one
your options.
downside. Oh,
Hey, John.
Hey,
Good to see
What's
you.
up?
good to see everybody.
I was going to say the one downside though with the solar, and this is with all solar, eventually the panels will cloud over, and fall over, and then they won't be able to absorb. Sunlight.
Usually that's like years, right?
Yeah. For most of them,
You're not gonna get that on the
it's a
first year.
decade or longer for most of them. Like I said, solar technology's come a long ways, especially with
I've had
15 years.
I've had one solar light that's done that. It's heavily reduced now, but also I've got newer ones, so they should last the rest of this decade at least.
You know as well as I do, these battery banks, they also break down after charge and recharge cycles.
Well, yeah, there's only so many recharge cycles for the batteries, right? So,
but
providing that you have other ones.
From Gil's live stream from last year, he was showing off, some of the battery banks he was showing that you can purchase on Amazon. It's like these things have got they've got 20 years worth of use because they've got like thousands of recharge cycles. Like we calculated it out. It was like 18 and a half years or something like that for some of those lithium battery banks.
Mm-hmm. And let's just assume that you have more than just one,
mm-hmm.
right? And you stagger that time, right?
Now, I'm not sure how long a lithium battery pack can sit around, because like the old lead acid, the old alkaline, the old NiCads, after a while the battery just breaks down. The chemical electrolyte solution just breaks down.
Yeah. But hopefully you have enough so you don't have to come to that situation.
Yeah.
Now there'll be plenty of food laying around that you can take.
Probably. But yeah, this is why I bought another set of solar lights. And I've been trying them out all winter, all last summer and all this winter, just to see and just using them, right? Just using them just to see how much I could run them for the amount of some daylight hours that we have right now, right? Because obviously in the summer I'm gonna get lots of sunlight, right? Probably bank a lot of power, but I'm probably gonna need them during the winter or the springtime when it's kind of like 12 hours at night and day, night and day, something like that. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to gauge how well they were, just in case if a situation happened right now, right? At least I would have the information in advance because I tried it versus assuming, oh, they should work. Have you actually tried it or run like a runtime test, right? Just to see in real world conditions, Okay, I know you have.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. I mean, like, if there is no light, solar is a great thing to have. I mean, just even those little solar pegs that you put in the ground that people use for decoration. I've learned a lot about them in the past, like 2 years. Like, when the panel on top, the mini panel starts turning yellow. I didn't realize you could put bug spray on there and it cleans them right off. I had no idea.
Heard about lacquer and stuff like that, or a clear coat to kind of do stuff like. Hey, it might help. It might give you that extra time, especially if you really need it, right?
Prepper Nurse 1 has also spoken a lot about the little portable, solar lights, like what you put on your lawn. He's even talking about the ones you can get over at the dollar store. And that was something I guess him and his son and daughter used for the longest time when he was at the homestead up there in upstate New York, because they were legitimately off grid and they would shut the power off at night, and that way they could preserve the power on the battery banks.
Yeah.
Well, it's just another source of lighting in, let's just say, a hallway, staircase, right? You don't want to trip or anything like that, stub a toe or anything like that in a washer, stuff like that.
Because it's those stupid things that are going to be your downfall.
Oh yeah, it'll just make it.
It's a splinter. It's going to be stubbing your toe at night. It's going to be
that's just going to be like, and the next thing you know, you trip, and the next thing you know, it's like, what happened to your leg, John?
Well, yeah, because
don't ask. I broke it because I tripped and stubbed my toe into the next trip.
Yeah, you get compliant.
That's not the way. Right. Yeah, exactly right.
That's why, around the sides of my house, I have the solar lights. They're motion sensor solar lights. They're great, but still replace them. But I see how long they can go. Just keep cleaning off the tiles, that kind of thing. And so far, 4 years is pretty good. They work.
Yeah, what?
Well.
If they were new, and a situation happened, you'd be like, well, I've got a couple of years from one before, so I should be able to at least have light, providing some sunlight, right? Because then that's just one less thing to worry about, right? Now you don't have to. Now you can focus on, okay, now I got to worry about the fridge or something, the heat or something like that, right? You can start focusing on other things because you've already checked off like lighting, sanitation, like we said earlier, or whatever, right? You already checked
that was
those
a great
off.
talk. Yeah,
right. Because you already checked them off, which means that you've mitigated them, you've done something about it as much as you can, right? Versus, I think what happened in 2020 with the TP thing is because it caught people off guard, right? And then they didn't knew any about the other options available, right?
Oh yeah.
So their only option was calling people up or Facebooking or Instagramming everything. Is like, is this store open? I found some over at this store, right? Because I've seen that on Facebook. I've seen that with my friends. They communicate it like that, right?
What's frustrating is like when you go to the store and you try to look up, see if they've got anything in stock, and you see on their website, I got it on stock.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, like over here so we got like, I want to say like 6 different Walmarts over here down in Lubbock, and like I was trying to look for one particular set of earbuds because the set of earbuds I had bought, they were really good quality for what they were. And I was like, man, I'm really impressed with these. I would like to get another set. And I see that they got them in stock, but it's like I go to these stores and it's like, oh, we don't actually have that on the shelf. It's like, you don't have it if it's not on the shelf, we don't have it in the store. It's like, well, why does it show you guys have it? It's like, well, if you go to our other store in such and such street and such street, we got it. It's like,
in Oklahoma.
Oh, this is frustrating, man.
Yeah, it's true. The toilet paper thing was an interesting.
Oh, where's CR?
Oh, he smelled when I did this. He left.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
CR, we're gonna start talking crap about you if you don't show up. Sorry.
Or as Bob 4942 would say, you're fired, CR.
Yeah.
He lost connection.
He lost connection. I figured.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
That stinks.
I'll hold off on the talking crap about you. Okay.
Oh no, go on.
Oh, go on.
Yeah, keep going. Start with the toilet paper and keep going. Talk crap.
Hey, how you were sorry? You're talking about toilet paper, and then yeah, he left. So
I figured that's why I stopped talking about it. But
no, I wanted to hear what you had to say about it.
no, I was kind of just thinking through that whole thing. The earlier conversation just got me, thinking about it. I was like, why was the toilet paper such a big deal? And
I don't know. Nobody
well,
really knows.
I was starting to think about that. Like when we were kids, you've gone without brushing your teeth, right? We know what that feels like. We can do what we need to do. There are things we can go without our clothes being washed. We've done that before. But at least I don't think I've ever gone, I hate to say this, but I'll just say it, without wiping myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My grandfather would tell me stuff like when he was in West Virginia, they would use old corn cobs.
Yep, I've heard that.
And
Corn
then
cobs, magazines,
yeah.
catalogs.
So I
phone
guess in a
books.
pinch, right? Yeah, sandpaper. Maybe not sandpaper.
Ooh.
I'm just
No,
kidding.
that's Chuck Norris toilet paper right there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Especially if it's like 36 grit, the really,
No, 3,000. 3,000. Yeah.
that's a little fine, like you gotta understand, like the larger the number on sandpaper, the more fine it is.
Yep.
The smaller the number, the more rough it's gonna be. So
yeah, but I don't want that rough stuff. Never mind. We should get into that.
well, some people have brought up this topic and it has nothing to do with sandpaper. Okay.
Oh, okay.
We're
All right.
going back to the whole toilet paper substitutes, but they're talking about using like little squirt, like not like a spray bottle, but like some sort of irrigation bottle as like a personal bidet.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
There you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you use it like you take a water bottle, you fill it with gas, and you put it in the carburetor to that kind of thing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna tell me you use gas. I'm like,
No. I'm not that hardcore. Hey, burn it off, guys. Are you on my level?
No.
What did I miss? I thought you were talking about a bidet. Then
Like
I'm like,
yes, we
yeah.
were.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like day 3, I've got
okay,
tattoos
okay.
and I've shaved my head.
This is just a
Everyone.
wig for the show.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've got like what are they? Bullet belts across my chest like Rambo.
bandoliers.
I grease myself up just for the fun of it, just so I can look the part.
And your leather vest. A leather vest.
Yeah.
Mm,
Well, he was talking
Oh,
about,
yeah,
he was
leather
talking
vest.
about bandoliers too.
That's it, yeah. Oh man.
Oh, Slippery Pickles talking about the Demolition Man who learned to use the 3 shells.
Yeah,
So what? I missed that. What is that?
Oh, he making a reference to Demolition Man. He's talking about the 3 shells.
yeah, they
mean the
didn't
movie?
have the movie
Yeah,
Demolition Man.
yeah. it's
Wesley Snipes.
yeah, it
Yeah,
has
I'm trying to
Sylvester
think about it.
Stallone and what's her name? I forget her name.
Sandra
Wesley
Bullock.
Snipes.
Sandra
Sandra
Bullock. I just can't remember the 3 shells thing. So
Yeah, they mentioned the 3 shells when Stallone went to the
They
bathroom
never-
and he didn't find any toilet paper. So he said,
Yeah,
there's only 3 shells. And they said he doesn't know how to use the
they're
3
snickering
shells.
because he doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. They never went over the fact what you do with the 3 shells.
Hey, Isaac, Braden, hello, him, racing.
Do you think it could be solar
Hello.
flares?
Good to see you, brother.
electricity and water, but no TP. A Japanese toilet would work. Yeah.
I seen this one caption, it shows photos, it says Japanese have just invented the world's best toilets, and yet they have no Mexican food over there. I was like laughing. That's pretty good.
They got
yeah,
that, but what?
yeah. They got the best toilets, but they don't have any Mexican food.
It's like having the best bullets and
Maybe
no gun.
there's a relationship or a connection with that. They
That's
don't have
what I was
Mexican
thinking.
food, but Yeah, right. I'm just
Are
saying.
you
I'm
telling
just
me
saying
you
that's what
never eat Mexican food there?
No. I'm just saying there was a connection there. I was just like thinking,
Oh.
like, maybe that's why.
I thought you were saying there was no connection. Okay.
I was like, yeah, there are many connections.
Yeah.
Do I
yeah.
think it could be a solar flare or CME? At any point in time, the Earth could be struck with a CME. In fact, it does get struck with small CMEs. Usually, it's just like usually only take out like the northeastern power grid of the U.S. or something like that. But you know, the big old Carrington event that all the preppers talk about. Oh, there he is. There's the guy that we were talking
Hey,
about
Thor.
earlier.
Good to see you, brother.
No,
A4.
that event
What's up,
supposed
Thor?
to happen once every 100 to 150 years. The last Carrington event that we are aware of that happened in 1859 is still due.
Mhm. Well, this is why I said about having diversifying the options, right? So, okay, solar gets wiped out or whatever, you can't use it. That's why we got the candles, the chemical lighting, all right?
Can I ask a
They're not
question?
affected by that.
Inspired John wants to ask a question.
Yeah, you said about the Carrington event, 1859.
Yes.
Can you explain that? I don't know it.
So
Not that I'm stupid. I've never heard the term. I've never heard it
okay,
used.
so all right, the guy that actually observed this event, it was a solar flare that had actually happened, and it actually struck the Earth. The guy at the time, I forget, I think his name was like Robert Carrington. He was like, I guess an astronomer, because he was actually studying the sun, and about the time that he had observed the activity that was taking place on the surface of the sun was when we got hit with the solar flare. And actually the northern lights, the aurora borealis, was actually seen even down in the southern states, and seen. And like I said, this was a pretty long event. It wasn't something that was over with in a day. I think it lasted like 3 or 7 days or something like that. But in that time period, the solar flare, whenever it discharges, it actually displaces the electrons in the Earth's atmosphere. So going to an atomic level, you know how we got protons, neutrons, and electrons. Well, it creates basically like a kind of like an overpowered FM wave or something like that, if you will, and it ionizes with the Earth's atmosphere. Like I said,
Well, it transfers that energy
Yep.
from the sun to the magnetic field, to the atmosphere, to the devices and grid.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
You know,
'cause
it's kind of
the Earth's
it's kind of like
magnetic-
grounding something, right? Or
Yeah.
it's
the Earth's magnetic sphere protects us from a lot of the CMEs, but like every now and then you get one that's really, really bad. But like every day the Earth is blasted with different kinds of what do you want to say, like
rays.
Yeah, rays,
Energy rays, energy
yeah,
rays.
even stuff from other solar systems, like other suns.
Oh, yeah.
Other solar systems.
Yeah, because that's actually flying out, right?
Yeah, that's flying out, and this
magnetism in general kind of deflects it away just to the
Yeah.
poles, right?
Yeah. And it actually prevents our atmosphere from being blasted
Eroded
off.
away.
Yeah.
Well, because because if you look at our planets, Venus, Mars, outer planets, they don't have a magnetic field, so the solar wind's always blowing the atmosphere off.
Well,
Because the
actually,
magnetic field kind of
I
shields
don't
it.
know about Venus, because Venus does have an atmosphere. It's a very thick atmosphere.
Yeah, but it's getting blown. No, it is getting blown up. The only reason it's just dense.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
if you look at this is the reason why a planet like Mercury has no atmosphere, because it literally has been blown off.
It's been blown off. Same with Mars.
Yeah, it's just been blown off.
But
that's why the other planets.
Going back to the whole CME thing, going back to the electrons, like I said, the electrons getting knocked out of space, and it's coupling with anything that's metallic that's here on the ground. It actually, at the time, all we had was just telegraph wires. So in
not
many
much.
cases, either the telegraph wires would melt from being overloaded, or in some cases, some of the telegraph stations would catch fire, or in some cases, I was reading on some of the stories, some of these telegraph operators were actually able to transmit on the telegraph without actually having their telegraph hooked up to any battery banks, for their
Like I said,
power.
because it's a transfer of energy.
Yeah, the amount of energy, and like I said,
Hey, Olga.
this wasn't
Good to see you,
a
CB.
this wasn't a single day event. It was a multi-day event, and there were stories of people waking up in the middle of the night thinking it was morning because, like I said, it's talking about the aurora
Auroras.
borealis, the
Yeah.
northern lights.
Yeah.
People are seeing
Yeah.
that, and they were so intense. Like I said, even down in the southern states, people are waking up and thinking, "Oh, it's morning time," and then they find out, "Oh,
Morning.
it's the middle of the night."
Right.
It's still 3 o'clock. What?
Well, something like that would happen today with the delicate electronics we got, and the fiber. Well, it actually wouldn't affect fiber optics, but would affect like the receivers and transmitters and everything in regard to that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But everything would be just completely crippled. Like everything would stop. There's some possibility that even if it's bad enough, it could couple with portable electronic devices and any modern day cars. There's a lot of misinformation out there, like misconceptions, I should say. I wouldn't say misinformation, misconceptions, because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of this is still theoretical. We only discuss it, in a controlled manner, in a vacuum, because none of us have ever lived through this, so we don't really know. It's just like the whole EMP situation. There's a lot of people stating that a lot of vehicles won't be affected, and some of them will only, temporarily shut down, but could be restarted again. EMP is a bad situation, by the way.
Yeah.
Like EMP
That
will
would be bad.
try absolutely everything. Now CMEs, it's I have heard that as long as whatever it is that's metallic in nature, as long as it doesn't span over like 300 feet, the electron wave from the CME that's generated will not be able to couple with said item, and that's why portable electronic devices in that case may be spared. I have to say may. I have to put an emphasis.
Yeah,
on
let's
this.
just say disclaimer, right?
Yeah, disclaimer.
No one knows. No one knows for sure. Right?
No
Right.
one knows for sure.
I'll erase that. I put that down that it was definitely going to happen. Whoops. CR gets it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, EMP is designed not to affect people. People have always talked about what about fallout, with EMP, and it's like really the only thing that's getting irradiated because it's being the nuclear warheads being detonated in the Earth's atmosphere rather than, making contact with the ground would probably be just the components of that warhead itself.
Just like any
That is
meteorite or anything like
what
that.
you call a HEMP, a high altitude electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah.
And that is most of the time detonated in space.
Yeah. So like I don't know the ins and outs of that, but I would say that would be the least of anybody's concerns.
Really?
No, I'm talking about the fallout aspect of that.
Oh, from the human aspect.
The fall.
Of it.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
the
like,
fallout aspect.
I'm thinking every satellite drop.
No. That's the beginning of our problems right there.
Yeah.
That's to get a good idea of what it would be like to live through all this stuff. People, I would recommend reading William R. Forstchen's 1 Second After book series. It goes in depth greatly at how things could possibly deteriorate in the U.S. or modern day country like the U.S. Now, Inspired John, I have no idea where you're from. I don't know if you're here in the U.S. or if you're in Canada.
No, I wouldn't go to Canada. I've been there
Okay.
once.
Oh, whatever there. Whatever there. I'm just going to
Pennsylvania.
disconnect myself again.
Oh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Kidding.
parts of that book actually does take place in Pennsylvania, but most of it takes place in North Carolina.
Ooh, there's a good
And
question.
in Asheville, North Carolina, and I forget the other town.
Good, because my ex-girlfriend lives there. What freaking luck! What was the name of that book?
1 Second After.
Oh, I'm gonna send this to her. No,
You should read about this book.
No, it's an excellent book, and like I said, I actually have the audio version of it because
cool.
I love that book so much. I love listening to that when I drove trucks over the road.
You know, this reminds me of something now. I was watching one of my other subscribers that I have, right? He recently changed the channel name, so
I'll send the name on the private chat for that book.
but
I got it.
Oh,
okay.
one of they were talking about what he prepares for, right? He's preparing for the collapse of the information system itself. So because without the information, you don't get any intel, right? And nowadays we take for granted. It's like, oh, how do I fix this? How do I do this?
Yep.
Search online, right? No who reads a book anymore, right? He's actually gathering information in terms of books and binders of information, at least for what he needs it for, right? He's not looking, he's not keeping information about like quantum mechanics or anything like that, right? But books about how to fix stuff, right, and stuff like that, the knowledge aspect of it, right? Because without the communication system, like Preparedness Veteran said, then you're just with what you have, right? But if you have some additional information or people that know things, then you could do something, right?
Just a quick thing for Vanessa Kitty. It's a higher explosion radius when it's in the air as opposed to in the ground. The deeper it is in the ground and it explodes, the lower the radius is.
Yep, line of sight. Exactly.
That is what I mean by if you detonate a nuclear device above the ground, the effect will be greater. That's
Well, you also have. Well, you're always going to get that shockwave. Well,
yeah, I mean that's why artillery is so effective with the what are they called, charges? The I forget what they're called. Proximity charge, is that right? You know what they use them? So they explode just above, like around tree height.
Like an aerial burst.
Yeah, they're more effective that way. The Russians are using them to good effect.
Actually,
and I think the Ukrainians are too.
There is that one meteorite that hit the Russian country once, right? It caused an airburst in the sky.
Is that the one in 1906 or something like that?
No, this was more recently. Like there's video on that, right? I mean, it caused an airburst.
Talking about
that caused a shockwave
or whatever. I forget the name of that comet that exploded over Siberia.
Yeah,
it caused
that
a
huge
shockwave,
crater.
Right.
Yeah,
there's some people saying that wasn't nature. That was one of Nikola Tesla's experiments going wrong because he went up to Russia back in the day when he was doing those Tesla towers and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. I missed some of the chat. I'm sorry. 1 second after, yeah, got that.
Well, Inspired John, you said I'll come up for a bit.
Yeah, well, I got sucked in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because.
Hey,
you get sucked in.
That's because I'm here.
To fire your butt, man.
Well, here's the thing, though, is sometimes it's been so long.
welcome,
when you hear something you don't understand, you got to ask that question. And sometimes hearing it again helps, I guess. But
I hope Bob joins us. I know he would have some stuff to say. I know he does.
AT&T gave me a credit for the outage, but my phone has not been right since the outage. Okay.
Yeah, you've had better.
I've heard other stories about this
than
too.
I have. I quit being a customer with them after they did me dirty.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, probably one of the worst customer service I ever had to deal with AT&T. I'm not ever going back.
Don't worry. You wait till the power goes out. That's gonna be really crappy customer service.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping I get my old 1988 Chevy truck running again because I bought duplicate parts.
There you go.
For the very case that EMP does actually get used.
Yeah. I don't know. I must be the only crazy person here. I mean, I tried that whole like those cheap mobile phone plans. They seem to work just fine unless you're like in the middle of nowhere. I think I used Mint Mobile. That's what I tried.
Well, as I understand, as far as like those like the prepaid cell phones and all that, because for the longest time that's all I ever used.
Not prepaid, but
prepaid, but like they the coverage is not very good, and it's because when it comes to like there's a hierarchy, the ones who got like the the actual contracted cell coverage, they get priority service when you're out in the boondocks and there's like you're getting like 1 or 2 bars on a good day.
Yeah.
Well, and they have the money to build the towers, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're doing is they're renting the towers from Verizon and AT&T.
Yeah, exactly. They're boring it, right?
But I haven't gotten to because I live near like a major city like Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's in the East Coast. You never have an issue, and I've just found like no issue with it. So
I guess me, because I was an over-road truck driver, driving through like states like Wyoming, it completely changes your perspective on what kind of cell coverage you really need, what you're willing to pay for.
Right.
Because there are some dead zones like you wouldn't believe. Heck, there were some dead zones between southern Colorado on US Highway 287 and basically Boise City, Oklahoma. Like just miles. We're talking like you're driving for like 3 or 4 hours, no cell coverage. Like none.
I can see that. I can see that happening. Yeah, you look at the maps. They're not great, but I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. I mean,
when I heard about AT&T, do you know what that reminds me of? The Empire Walkers, AT.
Oh yeah, AT. Yeah.
That
the Stormtrooper.
Empire, Imperial Walkers.
You're not far off. They kind of are. They're from the Empire. Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, I'll let you guys go.
Yeah.
Oh, you're taking off, John?
Oh, I said it'd stay on for a little bit. I mean,
well, hey, at least
20 minutes later, half an hour later.
Put up your channel name so we can.
Oh, it's just I don't know. This is a throwaway channel. This is just what I had. I don't know. What's a good channel? There's going to be a fun one that's coming out. It's called what is it? The Community. Established. There it is. 2011. That's going to be a channel we just used to talk about. It's my name that's on here. That we used to talk about YouTubing and how to do things.
In history.
What's that?
In history.
No, that's not. This is the history one is history and humor. That's the one I do that has like history reaction videos, that kind of thing. Dumb, whatever stuff. Not dumb stuff, but I like it. But now this is the one that is sort of Yankee inspired. I don't know if you guys know Yankees Outdoor Adventures. Yeah. CR, you were there for that one.
Last Saturday. That's why I slide out early last Saturday. By the way.
Oh yeah.
I slid out of the stream like a half an hour, like almost an hour and a half earlier than usual.
Yeah. You talk about staying in a chat. I was there for a while.
Yeah, right. Well, because he's actually been here with us before.
Yeah, Yankee's been on here a number of times.
Last August. I think that was August or September, 1 to 2. All I remember, it was warm, so it must have been August.
Yeah, I remember Yankee too well. He was my YouTube mentor.
We had lots of laughs on that stream. I remember, not the conversation, but I remember us laughing a lot.
I had a great time. I remember. I'm thankful for ShadowScoutSwede for introducing me to Yankee. That's how I met him. Plain and simple. So he's a good guy. He
Yeah.
was a good dude. A little crazy, a little eccentric, but that's what was the fun part about it. Yeah, he lived on the Appalachian Trail for about 6 years. So, you know, and when it came to being like, we talk about, you know, prepping and being on the spot, he was living that, you know, every day. He was just, you know, he was scavenging. He was doing the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
So,
Looking for looking for signal.
looking for signal. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he did this live stream whole winter preparedness before. I remember that from
What was it?
some sort of winter preparedness. I'm trying to remember the title of it, but it was about
Oh.
winter preparedness. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, that was a live stream. Yeah, because I was there
Okay.
live with him. So, everything I remember from him.
Well, he would know. I mean, he lived it. So, but
Yeah.
he was the first person to say like, this is the least glamorous time of my life, you know, and he would just be like, look, I had no place to go. I lived on the Appalachian Trail and this is what I had to do.
Yes, Huga. I totally agree with the Going Home series. That's a great book series. I love that book series. Excellent series. It's another
Created by T-Mobile. Yep.
it's another book series about EMP being detonated over the U.S., except for it takes place over near Ocala, Florida.
Yeah.
Great book series, and there's actually a sister book series that ties into the Going Home series. It's called Charlie's Requiem by the same author, Angry American, and then he's got somebody else that was co-writing that particular novella that, like I said, ties into the Going Home book series.
All right. You guys be good.
All right,
Take care, John.
take
Good
care.
to see y'all.
Take care, John.
All right. Stay prepared.
Yep.
Stay vigilant.
Are you
Yeah,
slipping out
that
too,
was John.
Theodorus?
What's that?
Are you slipping out too? Oh, you mentioned it.
Am I helping out?
Slipping out.
Well, yeah, I will be in here in a few. I gotta look something up.
Yeah, he still got me. And Bob said he's gonna join in a little bit.
He's gonna fire you in a little bit.
Yeah, he's just gonna come on and
We
fire.
really needed to
Okay.
fire you for that throne comment.
I am a royal pain. Just wear a crown. No. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said,
Take
when
care,
you
Slipper. Sweet dreams.
Here, Pickle. I always hear these stories from other people, right? Like when AT&T went down for you guys in the U.S., right? I was hearing this stuff through the grapevine, right? And I was just like, you know, and I chimed in on some of their live streams that people were talking about this, right? And stuff like that, and kind of saying, you know, we had something like this happen in Canada before, a couple years back, right? So and stuff like that. And one of the things that some people said was they can live without the line or whatever, right? That cellular communication. But one of the things that was kind of more pressing was just getting a hold of someone, right? Making sure they're okay, right? Because, you know, you take off, her husband took off in the morning, right? And, you know, they said stuff or whatever, but, you know, to chime in or to check in, right? You know, that kind of thing. They kind of missed that, right? You know, knowing that they're okay and stuff like that, right? It might be if you're alone, if you're single or whatever, you know, it's one thing. But if you have family, right, you're like, oh, but I can't chime in on them and check in on them, right? Or call in for a check in, right? It's like, yeah, I'm okay, kind of deal, right? Because then you start getting worried, to a certain degree, right? You know, so but that's why you have the gear with you, the get home bag, the knowledge, the skills to back that up, right?
Hey, CR, what was that guy's name? I'm trying to look up his channel.
Inspired John. I forget what. I'm on the stream website to really kind of search right now.
Yeah, I know he said he came in on a throwaway channel, but I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. Do you have the link, Shadow? I don't have it as well, because I would have to exit out to go search for it.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Let's see.
Yeah. But like I said, here in Canada, I talk to people, right? I talk to people that got affected by the Rogers outage here in Canada, right? They're one of the top 3 service providers we have in Canada, including Bell and TELUS here in Canada, right? And
there you have yours. There is Inspired John's channel. I put it in the private chat.
All right.
Cool. But I was talking to these people, right? And and I found out the banking got affected.
Hey,
some debit
knock it
got
off.
connect.
Sorry.
Got affected because it was tied into that service, right? They piggyback on the service, right? Some of their minor carriers, like you said earlier, they piggyback on the major carriers, right?
Yeah.
On their tower. So if it goes down, they go down too.
Yep.
Stuff like that, right? So we can be aware of, right? Who's the parent company in this case, right? Because it might go down too, if the parent company goes down, right? And stuff like that. Because when it happened here, it was on a Friday, right? So people, like, it lasted about, I think it was about 8-10 hours, give or take, right? So, people had certain issues dealing with it, right? Because they can't get their coffee in the morning at Starbucks or whatever. At Starbucks, for example, or they can't withdraw cash from the. They just got what's it called? Oh my gosh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Auto deposit, right? And they're trying to withdraw cash and they can't, right? Stuff like that. Because I actually did not hear this from online about what happened. I actually heard this from, because I didn't, at that time I didn't use that service provider, right? Now I do, but at that time I didn't use it, right? So I wasn't aware of it at that time, right? And just like the AT&T thing, I heard about it because someone left a community board post about it. That's how I found out about that, right? And stuff like that. Hence I relayed the information around. Stuff like that. Again, I know even Kaylin posted something earlier on that day too about it, right? She was posting about AT&T service outage and stuff like that, right?
Yes, she did.
So this is where that alternative means of communication, right? For example, helps, right? So there's another way to get the information, right? It's just like when Meta went down, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, right? Everyone was on the YouTube side or TikTok or whatever, right? They were using their social media platforms to get the information or do something about it, right? In the meantime, right? You know what I mean? Like I called a few people, right? Because I have their number, right? So it's good to have alternative means, right? Just in case the primary way of communication in this case goes down. You have another means. So you have a phone number, right? You order something else, right? Another means of getting a hold of people, right?
I'm sorry, guys. This cat's being adorable again.
Like usual.
Yeah.
As usual.
Yeah, let's all pause for that.
And here we have Bob.
Hey, guys.
Good to see you.
Bob, you forgot to fire this guy earlier today.
Again.
Already.
Yeah. We were talking about.
Hey, Shannon Barrett. Good to see you.
Alternative means of taking care of human waste, and we were talking about chemical toilets and composting toilets, and
Yeah.
and then he made a comment to PV about he was talking about his composting toilet, and then he said something about about him being on his throne or something. I don't remember how it rolled off. We'd have to do a replay of this stream, but it was a fireable offense. Okay,
Okay.
would have fired him right there on the spot.
On the spot. Freaking
Yeah.
guy. The freaking guy. He never learns.
But you love me for it.
Oh my God. I remember that day that AT&T went down, Hedgehog Homestead, and Laura was on, and I joined her on the panel
Talking about
because
it, right?
her service was down for 6 hours. And
Well,
what
I found that out about AT&T
Mhm.
because she posted on the
Mhm.
community board about that. I was just like, I found that out right away. I was like, oh.
Hey,
yeah, it was pretty extensive, but it only affected the southern half of the United States.
hey, does
Yeah.
anybody remember that RV that blew up outside of the AT&T building down there in Nashville? Like, I think
I remember that. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man.
It's funny how we never really heard of what actually happened. They just kind of like stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As soon as they
Faded
stop
away.
talking about it, you better start opening your eyes and looking around, because they're not going to tell you everything. I don't know why, but they won't.
It's on a need to know basis.
Yeah. Oh, we don't
You
want
know,
to
the
start a
AT&T
panic. We don't want to start a
AT&T thing?
panic. We're not going to panic. Tell us what's going on.
We're gonna
Ever
start
since it
panicking
happened.
if you try to hide stuff.
Exactly. That's
We don't know what the hell's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since it happened here in Canada, I knew that eventually would happen in the U.S. because I was just like, "There's no
you had
way."
ours blow up outside the AT&T building.
No, I'm talking about when it went down.
Oh,
The service went down. We had a similar experience a couple of years earlier here in Canada, right? So I was like, well, it's a service. It's very connective to a lot of things,
Yeah.
all it takes is
Hey, Howie,
software.
good to see you, brother.
It only takes malicious hacking or some sort
Exactly.
of error in the system to and that's what happened here, right? It was an error in the system, and it cascaded downwards. It caused it to, cascade out of control, right? And then the service goes down.
Well,
And the next thing you know, everyone's complaining.
I still recall many years ago when the east coast of the United States, the power grid was turned off because of hacking. And at least then they confessed to it. Hacking. That was
Is that the 2003 one?
I think it was. Yeah, I think so.
Because there is documentaries about that.
Mm-hmm.
That whole north side of the grid went down, even here in Canada for a little bit.
I thought that was a shortage on transmission lines that caused a cascading effect.
I wonder which one it is.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 2003 one. I thought that was
Chicago, Detroit, Illinois area, right?
The one I'm talking about, I think it affected parts of Ontario, New York.
Yeah. That whole eastern side.
Pennsylvania, probably Ohio. I don't know if it went clear out to Detroit, Michigan, or anything like that, but
I know it was around the Great Lakes area.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people.
One went down, then everything started to piggyback, and
there's a large portion of the eastern U.S. power grid that's actually tied into the Canadian power grid out east.
Well, I mean, it's that interchange, right? Because obviously, things are along the border and stuff like that.
Yeah, it makes sense for them all to be grid together.
Because the infrastructure is kind of on the border, right? So,
Has Texas done anything about? I recall when they had their ice storms and all that.
February 2021.
Well,
Yeah,
like
a couple
they did
years
have
ago.
that ice storm. I had that ice storm last year, but as far as I'm aware, they rebuilt everything, and that affected. I think that affected more Oklahoma than it did Texas.
Mm.
But if you're talking about the fires that are taking place right now, I don't know anything what the hell's going on outside of like over 1 million acres is burned and 2 people have died. Because like I can't these stupid news sites, they want me to download their damn news apps that way I can view the articles. And like, oh, you know what? You guys go pound sand. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Or it's
I know.
behind a paywall.
Yeah, paywall. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I'm not downloading apps and I'm not giving your crappy news organization money.
Yeah.
Well, thank goodness for people that actually go and pay for that paywall and give us the information.
Well, the same thing happened here in the Seattle area during the George Floyd stuff, the Chaz Chop kind of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, these mysterious fires started lighting off all over the fucking place. We'd never had a serious forest fire in this area at all, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 they're going off all over the place. It's like, oh,
Well, that's an interruption of service, right?
Yeah,
That's what's
yeah,
man-made.
it was. I talked to a
Man-made,
fella
alright.
I talked to a fella in a coffee shop just the other day. He was right in the middle of it. He had to be evacuated, and even his cell service was shut off. Cell service was shut off. The fire department had to go around over loudspeakers and word of mouth to evacuate,
Yeah.
and then keep this in mind if something like that happens during the next election free for all, that two of the main ways off that hillside were shut down because of the fire, and a normal drive to get down the hillside would have taken him 10 minutes, but because of an evacuation, it took him over 40 minutes to get down the hillside. So keep that in your plans,
Sometimes leaving earlier is better, or giving yourself enough time for the travel time.
Yeah, but I asked him, well, what did you
Expect
do?
delays. Expect delays, as they say.
Exactly.
On the road.
Expect delays during an evacuation. Yeah.
Yeah, because everything's going slower, and and stuff like that.
People are scared. Yeah.
Right, and accidents might happen, or out of gas, or whatever.
Yep.
Right. And they're on the side of the road and blocking the way. Right. So,
Yeah.
Well, it kind of goes also back to what I was talking about earlier with the EMPs and with some of these experts saying that it might not permanently disable all vehicles, but if even 1% or even 10% of the vehicles on the highway right now were to suddenly just stop, just completely disable, just think of the amount of gridlock that would cause.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, and remember, we already had gridlock without that happening, right? Because of the storms, ice, snow, and stuff like that delays people, right? Like I-95. Here in Canada, it happens too, right? And then what people try to do, right? They try to go around. They drive too fast, right? Stuff like that. Run out of gas and all this stuff, right? They got shelter in place in their vehicles.
I've got 2 things coming from Amazon. One's supposed to be arriving today. For this whole topic, they're just 2 walkie-talkies with earphones, rechargeable walkie-talkies. Yeah, I'm finally going to go ahead and get 2 of those things for me and the wife and whoever is at home. And then I also have got a here we go.
You said rechargeable, Bob?
Yeah. And
like,
I've also
like an internal battery, or will it accept rechargeable batteries in?
Just a minute. I've got another thing here that's arriving tomorrow. Emergency radio. This radio can be recharged USB or solar or run off of batteries. But let me look into the radios a little bit more. But it says walkie-talkies, rechargeable, long-range, 2-way radios with earpiece, 2-way radios, UHF, handheld transceivers, walkie-talkies with flash Leon battery and charger 2-pack for $22. So I'm finally taking that plunge, because I saw that what happened just the other day, and it's like, yeah, I won't be able to call my wife and son when they're at work, but if there's anybody that is in the area, I'll be able to talk to them.
I see. Yeah, I see.
I already had some walkie-talkies, but they didn't make the move. I haven't seen them since we moved to this house.
Yeah. I need to get some walkie-talkies. All I got are 40-channel CBs that are portable.
Hey Bob, I could see you trying them out later. It's like, let's see what the range is like around here.
Oh, I will. Yeah.
Because you're actually going to go test it in actual location, right? Not just assume, it says a mile, 2 miles, whatever, right? No, it heavily gets reduced by buildings and trees and all that stuff.
Line of sight.
Line of sight, yeah. I'll go get in the car and I'll drive a certain distance and then have the other one with the wife and make sure that they actually work.
I suppose if you're up on a mountaintop and the people receiving your broadcasts are down below, as long as there's like nothing, no obtrusions, nothing trying to obstruct the obstruct your broadcast from the mountaintop, they'll probably be able to receive it, but you might not be able to receive their transmissions.
Well, that's the thing about communication. It's 2 ways, right? You're going to be able to communicate and receive the communication.
Yeah.
Right. So even stuff like Morse code, right? Even if you're sending that, the receiving end has to know what that means, the message. Or else it just becomes mumbo jumbo because you can't decode it.
Yeah.
Well, they've finally taken the plunge on those 2 things right there. Ever since, and I learned a lesson right there from this recent outage. It was like, all right, dummy, get your thumb out of your mouth and do something,
Topic about it, right? Exactly.
Yeah, the radio is an AM, FM weather channel. It's got a light and, solar rechargeable and all that stuff.
Okay.
So, yeah.
At least it would help, just in case, something similar happened to you or likewise, right? At least then you have some, because I was going to say this earlier, how many people really even have a radio? Even just an actual just radio in their home. Well, yeah, you got it in your vehicle, okay.
Yeah.
But how many people even have a radio at home?
That's about it.
Like older people may, but a lot of the younger generation, it's just like, no, because it's phone, apps, and all that stuff. However, when that service is not available, because some of these apps require internet connection to work, right? Especially, let's say radio, right?
Yep.
You can't access that then, right? So having some sort of analog or digital radio and so forth and so forth, world band, NOAA can be useful, right? Even if you only used them once in your lifetime, but it might be that one time that you really need that information right now. You have no idea why this is now needing you. You know what I mean? So you can get some intel about it at least, right? Because to me, I mean, a radio is just one of those things that's just like, that's like entry level communication thing that you could do to be more prepared, right? I know none of ones that have a ham, CB, etc., satellite phone, blah blah blah, and all that stuff, but radio is kind of like relatively inexpensive for what it is.
Right. That's what I'm looking for, is just some way to be able to turn on. There's different news channels locally that have got AM, FM, and I could just turn one of those on and just get a little bit of information. But,
just something to make a better decision about what's going on, right? So
right.
So you have a little bit more to work with, and right, because in an emergency, I have a feeling that that's going to be like a luxury or sold out or non-existing or very hard to find. Because everyone would want one, right? It's like, oh, everyone wants one now. So it's like, it's all gone. Right?
Yeah. That outage was a, kind of, like I said, hey, dummy, get your thumb out of your mouth.
Eye opener,
Yeah,
eye opener, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is what, when it happened here in Canada. I was just like, yeah, it became more of an eye opener to me too, right? I wasn't directly affected by my friends and other people I know here on YouTube, were right. I was just like, you know, that could have easily been in my hands where I can't withdraw from my bank account, can't make a call out, all this other stuff, right? It's like I said, it inconvenienced a lot of people. It definitely did, right? You know, the lucky ones were like, you know, they had an actual landline, or they had maybe had a friend that used another cellular network, so they could make a call through there, right? Because also your phone's still working, so you can just, you know, use the number that you have on your phone, right, on your contacts, right, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
To relay the information. It's like, yeah, mom, I'm okay. I'm just using blah blah blah, my friend's phone. You know, the service is out. I don't know why, but I'm good, right? Relay that information, right? Because I think, you know, when the power goes out or whatever, one of the first things is like, I hope everyone's okay, or you know, something like that. Because you know, right, like, you get worried about people, right?
Yeah, the one thing that my family is very disciplined about is they all know, go home. If anything happens, come here, go home, you know, wherever you're at, come home, because you'll have shelter, food, water, you know.
Yeah, you'll well, the castle, right? The metaphor castle.
Yeah, pretty much.
You'll have the castle again, right? You know, where you feel safe, you can get some rest, right? Feel safe about it, right? Don't worry, Dad's here. You go take a nap. I'll watch everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And besides, it's better to be at home. It's easy to defend.
Yep.
It is.
Well, not only that, you're actually together. You don't have to be like worrying about someone else, right?
But anyhow, I hate to do this to you guys because Bob just showed up. I gotta get out of here. I've already warned Shadow I'm gonna have to
20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right. We just love this guy so much.
At the wrong time, so it's like, God, okay, all right. I want to chat with Bob for a little bit, but Bob, I hope you're on next week. So
yeah, I should be around. Yeah, later, Steve.
All right, later, guys.
Later.
Yeah, I'm glad you came by, Bob.
Yeah.
You should share some insight, your own experience.
Yeah, but that, you know, what's odd is that I found that fella in a coffee shop to be able to talk to about what happened during the 2020 riots, and most people don't talk about it in this area. It was pretty devastating, but most people don't even talk about it. They're just like, yeah, oh, that's right, we lost power. Yeah.
Well, no one likes a Debbie Downer, right? But
no,
you got to be realistic about things that are going on too, right? Just can't hide your head under the sand all the time here.
I was impressed by this young man, though. He's in his probably mid to late 30s, and he said, you know what? After that happened to me, where he had to grab his strong boxes and this and that, throw it in the car and evacuate. He said, after that, I put together a bug out bag. You know, I said, yeah, good for you. You know,
well, that's good. That's good.
That's good.
Well, because then you're being more proactive about the situation too, right?
And it's better than nothing.
Well, not only
That's
that,
right.
it diverts your energy, that negative energy, into something more constructive, something you can physically do or mentally do still, right? In spite of having no control of this. Yeah.
Exactly what I do, CR. When I get anxiety
Hey,
or whatever,
Howie.
I just
Good to see you.
come out here in the shop and start making some different ways to be able to stay warm.
Well, it's just like how you say that you keep busy to keep your mind kind of doing stuff, right?
Yep.
So, hi, Howie.
Hi, CR.
All right, let's let Howie say a few words here.
Yeah.
He's eating right now.
I'm using my communication.
Oh, I thought that was sign language. Howie, since when did Howie know how to sign? No. But yeah, remembering stuff like that, right? So you don't get get caught with your pants down again kind of deal. You're a little bit more aware that it could happen again, a
Exactly.
little bit more prepared, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think, in terms of preparedness, a lot of times people that you talk to, even on the YouTube side and whatever, right? Usually it's from an event or something that triggered them to be a little bit more proactive,
Yeah,
let's say, right,
yeah.
about the situations,
Mm-hmm.
whatever it is, right?
That's how this fellow was, CR. He remembers everything that happened because he got evacuated from the mysterious fires that lit up during the George Floyd riots, and yeah, he started acting on being more ready to go, more prepared.
Yeah, because and you kind of figured like, how come people that hoarded bought all the CP, right? Right. Yeah. Some of them don't get me wrong. Some of them did get a little bit more prepared. Maybe they started gardening, doing some other stuff or whatever, right? But
Yeah.
others didn't so much.
But I'll say this again, during all that, and when right after our power was cut is when all the fires got touched off around the area, and I was not leaving. My daughter was a teenager back then, and I was not going to leave her side, and I had the garage door open. I was sitting right in the corner of the garage door, and we were living in a complex of rental houses. There was only me and one other guy that were sitting there looking out. That was it. He's another veteran. Just the two of us. Everybody else was oblivious, just oblivious. Nobody stopped off to talk to anyone or anything like that. It was just like, really? You people don't see what's going on. You don't see the giant hillside on fire over there and the power was cut off this morning. Yeah, you don't see that.
Well,
seriously,
like for me, Bob, like the power went out in this neighborhood before, right? And actually, this was the same time that we had the heat dome, the heat wave in 2021, July of 2021, right?
Yeah.
And I saw this coming, right? I mean, it's a heat wave. People are probably going to be using a lot of fans and AC. I had anticipated some sort of rolling brownout or blackout, right? Just because, look, people are using more power and all this stuff.
Yeah.
It could happen. I know it could happen, right? And it did, right? It was just a minor inconvenience for me, right? But I managed to talk to some other people for a little bit. Like, I didn't bring up door prepping or anything like that. I just said, hey, I go camping. I have some supplies or whatever. Here's some lights if you need them or whatever, right? I just kind of hit it like that, right?
Yeah. Same here. I didn't tell them that I was into preparedness, but I was able to talk to a couple of neighbors later, and they said, I noticed that you had some kind of a lantern going on in your house because your house was still lit up. I said, yeah, a camping lantern, propane lantern.
Yeah. You kind of hide it like, oh, I go camping. That's why I have
Yeah, exactly. Right? That's how I did it, CR. Same as what you mentioned. Yeah, I just use that because I go camping.
Yeah. I think I said it like, oh, I go biking at night sometimes, so I need these lights at night, so I just have them available, right? Like even the battery banks or something like that. I say, oh, I record video on my phone or whatever, so sometimes I need the battery bank. It just happens that I can charge your phone at the same time, right? Because I offered to some of my neighbors, it's like, hey, I got a battery bank. If you need your phone charged, just come over and say it, right? I can spare the power, right? Because they felt me before, and I've known them for a while, right?
Yeah.
Like, when I went over to their place, they had candles lit. Okay, all right. So they right. They knew,
See that burn? See that burn on there?
Yeah.
That was sitting on my cell phone. So when you're thinking about communications, you think about how that cell phone burnt this Swiss Army knife.
Wow.
Yeah. Wait, let me get mine out.
Look at that. That's a pretty good burn, man. And it was only
it is
for about an hour in my pocket. And this is what happened.
You're lucky you didn't get hurt.
Well, I'm lucky I had my Swiss Army pocket knife, Bob.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because it took the impact. I mean the heat.
It did. You're absolutely right. It's the microwave that went to all that metal instead of the meat.
Okay? See, another use for a Swiss Army knife. See.
Well, I would have been burnt. My leg would have burned. See, my dad years ago, about 15 years ago, He tells me, he says, Howie, he says, you got to get rid of that cell phone. That was like 15 years ago, right? I said, why is that, Pops? He says, you know, all the guys I know, he says, wherever they had them cell phones, things aren't so good there, you know? Right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the old people tell you, you know, they'll communicate with you. They'll tell you what's what. They got nothing else to do. You told me quit smoking cigarettes and get rid of the cell phone. And I did, and I feel better. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I have a cell phone, but I keep it turned off. I keep it charged. I charge it like once a week. And then if I go like over on the ocean, it really works good here on the ocean, hey? So I take it with me in case I got to call, you know, search and rescue, come and get my stuff.
Yeah.
I got flares. I got the little radio, the VHF radio and marine radio too. But you never know, like what happens with your communication. But
Some
I
rogue
like
wave.
the cell phone, but I won't leave it on in my pocket and walk around. And I won't walk around like this. You see people, and what it is they're insecure. They got to know everything that's going on right now, and it's giving them a dopamine release, right? Like, it's like watching TikTok or shorts. You're like, oh, I gotta watch another one. Oh, I gotta watch another one. It's dopamine release, right?
I call those people victims.
Yeah.
Because with the drug epidemic in this area, that's the people they look for when they come by and, you know, hit you in the head and take your stuff. They're looking
They
for this
blindside you.
You know it. Yeah.
They blindside you.
I was talking in a Chinese restaurant yesterday, and there's all these Chinese people, and they all had their cell phone out. So I'm talking to this old school teacher chum friend of mine, really good family, right? And we're talking about, you know, why people walk around with the cell phone. And I said, well, I think it's because of their insecurity. You see, half the Chinese people put their phone away.
You know what? You know, that reminds me when I go camping or we go our places with our people. Right? I'm like, why is everyone on their phone? Right? I mean, like,
One thing I must stress though, I used to, like a long time ago, like a couple of years ago, maybe not that long, maybe a year ago, I would leave and my phone would drain the battery, and I thought it was the battery, but it wasn't. There was a tracking thing on my phone that says find map here. And I'm like, what? So that was draining the phone within 1 hour. I can have the phone at home sitting on the counter in it for 4 or 5 days and it wouldn't drain. But as soon as I left the house and went out, the data start being used up. See?
Yeah. Okay. I get that. Okay.
Yeah.
What I was saying earlier was like I see these people. I'm like, why is everyone on their phone, right? Like I have my phone, but it's just over here. I don't need to be on there right now. I came out camping to get away from stuff or whatever. Or if you're at a restaurant with a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Why is everyone on their phone unless you know they're actually making a call to someone like a mom?
I'm waiting for a guy right now. He's the most serious prepper that I ever knew my entire life. I mean, he is serious, and he's coming back from his prepper meeting of well over 200 other preppers, and they're serious bunch of people. They're doctors, they're policemen, they're the average, the butcher, the barber, the taxi driver. They're all walks of life. So I'm just waiting for him to kill time. But what he does is he turns his phone on, uses it, turns it off, puts it in a little Faraday cage in the car, or he goes over and he puts it in my microwave. He turns it off, puts it in the microwave. I mean, this guy's serious prepper. I just was at his house too. I left him 100 lettuce plants, right? Because they're really good to me, right? He comes and does all my electrical work for free, plumbing, whatever I want, you know.
Oh, you're bartering food for services.
Well, I helped build them a food forest on a rocky hill, right? So I don't have
That's awesome. That's
to pay
awesome.
that huge $2,000 or $3,000 electrical bill or anything, or plumbing or anything I need done. He just does it, right? He's retired, but
that's what I like to hear. People helping each other, bartering like that, right? Trying
he's
to
a bit
their
active,
lives.
though. He does work on like submarines in the Navy and big buildings somewhere, whatever, because he's an electrical engineer. He's a genius, hey? But that guy is the most prepared guy I know. And I made a video in his food forest this morning, and I'm going to put it up tomorrow. And I was eating his chives. He has big bunches of chives growing in his food forest, and kale and kohlrabi, like you wouldn't believe, man. And the place is just popping. And I'm like, geez, I could really have lunch here.
I could really use some lunch right now, Howie.
Yeah,
I wasn't hungry until now.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm bad, you know.
But it's a good segue to remember the food aspect of interruptions of service, right? Let's say power, right? So if you have a electric can opener, make sure you have a manual one. So
when we were kids, man, we used to get a spoon and we'd sharpen one side of the spoon. So you just kind of go like this into the can and open it. And then
I've seen people
with the other side of the spoon.
Yeah.
We used to get military rations, hey, from the military base, and we just go there and they just give it to you, right? They didn't care, right? And so we'd haul all this stuff home, and it'd be all canned beans, canned peaches, and no can opener. So we had these spoons that were sharpened on one end. We ate like kings, man. We ate, caught a rabbit or fish, shot a ptarmigan, partridge.
Well, hey, Howie, I'm assuming that your Swiss Army knife has a can opener. Because I know mine does. A can opener.
I am the can opener, man.
Okay.
Well, it's got, I imagine it does. There's a little one there, a little liver sticker.
Yeah.
But, it's got a corkscrew. It came in handy the other day. I got bit by a spider. And I pulled out the little fang. It was at least 1 centimeter long. And I used my little tweezers and I pulled it out. And it got me right there. See? And I could see it hurt like hell when he hit me. I don't know what kind of spider it was, but I was pulling out the teasels. And I thought, Jesus, it's really hurting. So I tried to pull it out with my teeth, hey, and pinch it out. Nothing's going. Oh, yeah, Swiss Army knife. Tweezers.
Hey, sometimes the tools, right? The tools help you.
A little set, as it was at least 1 centimeter long. I thought, geez, and I carry this wherever I go. I have like,
I know. I got money in my pocket right now.
I don't care. I take that and I take my pressure gauze and I take some kind of communication in case there's some serious shit going down. Like one time I went to the bank and there was a robbery. It was like last year.
Oh, yeah. I remember the story now.
Yeah. I went there. Actually, I went there to get sushi. And the lady that went there with me, she's just sitting from my left here. And we went there and I see these people run by with machine guns. I'm like, oh, this looks serious. But see, I didn't have the camera going because I was on my way to the hospital. I was going to have the sushi, go to the hospital. You're not allowed to have a camera at the hospital, right? Mm-hmm. So I leave it. And then when the gunshots happen, that's when, okay, time to retreat. Most people in the world, they run to see who's shooting. Don't do that. Run away from the people that are shooting. God be smart. There's plenty of time to walk around and pick up weapons. I mean, if there's a lot of dead, right? That's how you arm yourself. The quickest way to arm yourself is to take out another soldier. Right. That's the quickest. Here in Canada, you're not allowed to have anything like that. So, yeah. So the quickest way to arm yourself after they've done their craziness, then just go pick up a few things. Okay. Yeah. In Norway, they got barns full of freaking weapons there. It's mandatory to have a ton of weapons. Everybody's got to be having weapons there. It's because when the Nazis invaded them and then they're afraid of the Russians. So the Vikings, they all loaded up. It's part of their national heritage is to own weapons. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. When gangs moved into Norway, they were getting whole barns full of guns, man. Everything was in them barns, right? Even tanks. It's hard to believe. I see you got a cross on there, Jordan.
Yeah.
Oh, good for you.
It's a crucifix, actually.
Well, good for you. Every little bit helps. Nice. Oh, wonderful. Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Jesus
He's got one on
the board.
got one on the wall. He's got one on the wall behind him too.
Smart.
Yeah.
Look after. Yeah. Something looking after you. Yeah. No. My dad, when he was in the Korean War, you know, he was on Hill 355 in the Frozen Chosen, and there was 20,000 commies after him, right? So he'd scream out the psalm. He'd scream out these psalms, you know, running away. There's a lot of them guys, you know. There's too many to fight, right? But yeah, 4 days of scrapping, they lost 146 guys in just a few days of hand to hand, and so. You know, if you don't believe in Jesus, Allah, or Buddha, you will. That's what he said, man. He said, "There's no atheist down in that foxhole." You know, yeah. But he spent almost a year in Korea, and halfway through the conflict, at the height of it, eh? You know, he didn't talk about it much, hardly at all. I had to read the shit in books, right?
Yeah.
Looks like my prepper buddies here. The dogs let me know everything. Hey, there's good communication there, eh, with the dog, eh? Jordan, pleasure, my friend. Take care. Blessings.
Take care, Howie.
All right.
Take care, Howie.
See you, Bob. It's been a pleasure. I like coming on your channel. It's a lot of fun.
It's nice to have you here, Howie. It's fun when you are here.
I know, we gotta talk about gardening one of these times.
Sure, next time, next Sunday, I'll be here. Bye.
Next Sunday.
Bob, you will probably like next week's topic.
What is it?
The gray zone.
The gray zone? Oh, you mean staying out of sight kind of stuff?
The gray zone is nor peace nor war, something in between.
Oh, okay. Kind of like where I used to live, where it was no war, but it sure as hell was not peaceful because of all the addiction, you know, the violence that was caused by the addiction. Is that something like, is that what you mean?
It's a state between, it's not peace and it's not war, it's something in between. Yeah, it's basically cyber attacks, sabotage, and things like that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Been there, done that. Yeah, we've been through it.
But we take that next Saturday.
Okay.
So that's the next Saturday's topic.
Yeah, what I'm currently doing is I'm taking that netting. I'm gonna make a his and hers like a poncho you slip over your head so we can, if we have to bail out of here, we can find a shelter, you know, and just sit down and working on that. And I'm tying together some more fire starters right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me, Bob. I actually was working on the fire kit last night.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. I was making some modifications, adjustments to it. Kind of make progress in it, right? Because sometimes I don't perfect it the first time.
Yeah, here, I'll show you what these fire starters are made out of. I buy those wooden popsicle sticks by the large box, about 500 or 1,000 at a time. And here's my wife. My wife says she's got to clean out her closet of a bunch of her work uniforms, surgical scrubs. And I said, okay, hon, just get an armload and bring them to me. So I cut all the seams out of the scrubs. That's the seams around the arms and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And sandwiching these things in with 3 popsicle sticks, and then right over here I just drop them in the paraffin wax. Whoop, there goes another. Just since I came on here, I started tying these up. I got probably 10 or so, 10, 15 in the wax, soaking the wax up right now.
Well, and
That's
again, like
good.
it's keeping your mind occupied,
Yeah.
doing something proactive as much as you can, right?
Yep. I got a whole box more of fire starters over there made with last year's clothesline cotton cordage, and popsicle sticks, and yeah, that's what I do while I'm out here.
And like I said, you're being proactive, right? So
I'm always proactive, CR. Always. Yep.
yeah.
Always. After you live through, like the 2020 when that happened, I haven't forgotten a damn thing about it. I never will. And
it's part of you now.
It is, and
it's almost like your driving force. It's driving your body, your mind to do more about that. Because you saw things that escalated out of control to a certain degree, and you're like, I gotta do something about this. Right? I can't just stand by and not do anything about it again, right? Because next time it might be worse. Or it might be like on your front doorstep, right? A lot more closer to home than you think.
I'll give you an example. Is that yesterday was the first, and I got my pension, and I right on Amazon, and I ordered the walkie-talkies and the emergency radio. And today I'm going to go over and get some smokes, and I'll get another bundle of firewood. Every first of the month, I go and grab another $7 bundle of firewood, throw it out there under the gazebo.
That's good.
Yeah.
Ways, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Because
then at least you have a way to heat up something.
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I can cook with propane. I can cook with the paint can stove. I can cook over the grill in the fire pit thing my wife bought for us last summer. And yeah, but eating cold food out of a can is not going to help your mood.
It might fill your stomach, but helps with morale.
I did that when I was in the Air Force, and they'd issue us out sea rations. That's canned food, and it'll fill your stomach, but eating cold food is not fun.
It depends on what kind of food it is.
Yeah, especially if it's like a soup, where you traditionally would eat it hot or warm. I mean, it's no salad.
The most we could do is open the hood on a truck and then take and open the top of the sea ration. You got to open it a little bit and then put it on the exhaust manifold of the truck and then let it run and get warm. And then it was okay. It was okay, But I was in the Air Force, and we could not build a fire between the aircraft hangars to cook food. That's not going to work.
No.
There goes your career out. You're a moron. Get
Definitely.
out.
You're fired.
Yeah, exactly. So you risk burning 4 $30 million F-16s just to cook a can of soup. We don't need you anymore. You're fired.
You can burn down the whole place.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Jet fuel is highly combustible.
Yeah, it's like kerosene. And they do drain the aircraft before they go into the maintenance hangars, but still,
there's still some residue.
You bet there is.
In the system. And not only that, there's some sort of lubricant, some bunks, everything's starts flammable too, probably.
Yep.
So
plus each one of those airplanes costs $30 million. So building a campfire between the hangars was not a good idea.
Yeah. So you had to improvise or eat a cold.
Yeah.
But you're a civilian now, so you don't need to do that. So
Mhm.
you know, you could actually have a fire this time.
My wife sent me a message here.
As usual.
Was on FB, Facebook.
Yeah, yeah. But
I-
yeah, it's, you know, getting back to that food thing. I know I'm actually not talking about food anyway. But on a serious note, I know I always joke about me being hungry, but on a serious note, right? In situations like this, right? You're not, especially like preparedness veteran, like we start off kind of like with the grid or electricity, or because that's more likely to happen, and that can happen from various means, from natural, man-made, sabotage, all the above, right? Different
Yeah.
ways. It happens any time of the year, right? It doesn't matter. Spring, summer, winter, fall, right? So, and most people are aware of or experience a power outage to some degree, right?
Yep.
Most people have in some form or fashion, right? I mean, I've experienced some here at home, and I've already experienced some away from home too, right? Like at my friends' places twice, and it just happened, right? I was lucky enough, you know, I had to get home back. I had some things with me, so I had the lights with me anyway. So it was like just minor inconvenience, right? Just minor inconvenience. Like when I was at my friend's place, I was just about to make coffee, right? I'm like, oh, the power went out, right? But because I biked over, I had biking lights amongst a headlamp. I'm like, I actually had an EDC flashlight, like the one, like the stream light that I have in front, on me, right? So with the way, grabbed my headlamp, right? You know, woke up my friend. Because, you know, I figured, okay, this is an emergency, not an emergency, but I think this is serious enough that I can wake him up, right?
Yeah.
I understand, right? I mean, like if the power's out, wake me up, because I think this might, just in case it got more serious or longer, right? I want to make sure I'm doing stuff right away, just in case that situation lasts longer, or, you know, something else happened, right? At least then I'd be aware of it. Don't let me just sleep through it, right? So stuff like that, I always try to remember in terms of remembering that kind of stuff, right? I've never been in a power outage that's last longer than 6 hours, right? But hopefully I don't have to ever experience that.
Yeah,
But I want to be ready. I want to be ready for that as much as I can.
Yeah, I was also in my area during the George Floyd riots. We were out of power for 3 days, and the other guy who got evacuated, he was out of power and cell service for 5 days.
That's a long time to be without power and cell service.
And cell service, yeah.
I mean, it's one thing without cell service,
sucks,
but
really.
the power. I mean, in terms of like a fridge, freezer, stuff like that, right? That's quite a long time for that.
Yeah.
You know, I've gone out camping, you know, without cell service or whatever, but that's one thing. But I mean, I still had food. I didn't have to worry about a fridge or anything like that. So.
Yeah, but if you're home and you're have no cell service for 5 days, and if it happens an emergency and you need to call 911, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? During those riots, acts of sabotage, yeah, they did, and that's how we lost power to my place. Was I had a neighbor down the laneway. He saw that they used chainsaws to cut down the wooden power poles.
Oh, so you got that intel then, right?
Yeah.
About that. And you're like, oh my, that's.
But
that explains everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just fire, but it's actually more deliberately.
It was.
Sabotage.
It all was.
Yeah.
It all
well,
was.
I mean, at that time, you're like learning that it's more serious, it's more deliberate than it looks.
Yeah.
Not just
it was
an accident.
Yeah.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. My wife says, "Oh, don't talk about it like that." And I said, well, it's what happened. You know, you shouldn't let people know, blah, blah, blah. Why not? People need to know what's going to come. I'll tell you the truth, guys. If you lose power without any explanation, or weather,
Yeah, it's
Look out.
sunny day,
Look out.
right? Sunny
Mhm.
day.
It-
It's not hot
uh-huh.
out. Right?
Yep.
Spring or something like that. It didn't happen, right?
Yeah, and right around the time that we lost power, some high winds started kicking up, right? Because these people can read a weather map too. Do you notice that in Texas with the fires right now? Same thing. The fire started and the wind picked up. These guys are timing it to make sure it does the most destruction possible. I don't know if that's how they got started in Texas, but it fits the pattern.
Well,
you know?
for that same reason, we need, as on that can be affected, we need to take steps to kind of mitigate that, or at least slow it down, anyways. You know what I mean?
Or at least be able to get out, get away.
Yeah,
from
buy
it.
yourself time. Give yourself more lead time, right? I always bring the words lead time, right? Because preparedness is about giving yourself more lead time for a situation.
It is.
Regardless if they're local, individual, worldwide, or whatever, right? That way you have our option, right? You're not just up behind your back towards the wall kind of deal with no options, right? Well, because like I said, if you don't have any options, your morale does go down, or
it does.
It does, because now you have no options. You're like, I don't know what to do, right? And when you don't know what to do, then it's just like you start worrying.
Yeah, and in my situation, my son and wife were at work, and I was there with my teenage daughter. I had to be strong.
Yeah, you had to be strong for her, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
You know what I did? I had a lot of fire starter materials, like I always do. I was sitting there with a lantern hanging on a hook in my living room, and I gave her a little battery powered lantern, and I was downstairs during the daytime. I was sitting in the garage door was open. I was sitting in the corner of the garage door, armed, and at night I'd close the garage door and then come in the house and start tying up more fire starters.
Yeah, and be more proactive. Yeah, be more proactive, right? Well, because you can't control the situation, but at least you can control what you do inside.
Yeah, and I wanted to. My daughter was nervous. She was.
Yeah. Well, she's younger, right? She's younger than us and never experienced anything like this.
Nothing like that at all. And she knew what was going on around the area. And I had to be the rock. I had to be steady, calm. In just a minute, honey. I'll turn.
Daddy's trying to do more about the situation, right?
Yeah. But
well, because she sees you doing stuff, right? She's like, oh, okay.
I already had the camp stove. I had, the camp lanterns, all that, candles. Everything was in place. Everything was good, so that she's not in the dark all alone. And
yeah, exactly. Right.
And she'd come down and get a drink of water about every 30 minutes. You get it? She's scared. She's nervous. And she spent most of her time up in her room texting to her friends and all that. We didn't lose cell service, but she'd come down about every 30, 40 minutes and get a drink of water. And just stand there at the kitchen, and I could see it in her eyes, it's like, I'm just checking, making sure you're okay, making sure you're here,
Well, she's talking to her friends or whatever, right? So they're probably telling her stories, what's going on and stuff like that. So she's worried about that too, right?
Sure.
Not just about you and herself, but her friends, right?
Her friends too, yeah. And after the sun went down, I was always strapped with a 45, but when the sun went down, I said,
lock and loaded.
Yeah, and I just looked at my daughter. She's getting a glass of water, and I go, I got my shotgun out, honey. You're okay. You're all right.
Yeah. We have options still.
I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. That's the whole reason why I stayed home. Guard her,
Yeah. Because
when she needed to recharge her phone, she would wait till the morning, and then I'd start the car. She'd plug it into the car, and I would pull up a lawn chair in front of the car and sit there so that she could see me.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah, I think so too.
Me. Yeah, I'm guarding her while she charges her phone.
Yeah. Well, maybe in time, as she gets older, has kids of her own or whatever, right? She passed this information kind of way of doing things along the way, right?
Yeah. Then she can see mom and dad. Like I know I've mentioned this before, that
I'm in charge of all that stuff. It's all mine. The logistics, the planning, all that's mine. And when I run short of cash, I'll just go to mom and go, hey, I need some more money for it. And she'll just,
Can you finance this?
well, she just hit her phone and, okay,
Here we go.
give it a couple minutes. All right, I'll get it on order, or I'll go down and pick it up.
Yeah.
My kids saw that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, but that you guys were always doing something proactive as much as you could, right?
Mhm.
You know, you still enjoyed life, like you've gone out for dates and stuff like that. I get that,
Sure,
right? That's life. That's life,
Mhm.
right? But you were still being proactive in between those times.
Correct. And
Where
then
preparedness doesn't lead your life. I mean, dictate what you do, but it kind of
it is part of it. Yeah.
yeah, it's part of it. It's part of what you do now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just
Then-
like, I've noticed that as I've gone more and more into it, right? It's just like, it's not my life. It's just, or it doesn't dictate my life, but it helps me realize what's important in life.
Yeah.
Not the gear, but the people that you're helping. In this case, your family, not just yourself, right? But your family, whoever you're staying with, or whoever you're with, right? You know, you're doing it for them, not just. You're doing it because you care, not because you're in fear.
I think it was last week on Shadow's show here. I was talking about the actual event and the things that when the riots were going on, and someone in the side panel asked a very good question. What was your highest priority? It's my family.
Yeah.
Period. You know.
Well, because like I said, if you lose it or something happens, your personal morale was gonna drop. It's instantly just gonna drop, right?
Yep.
Everyone knows that, right? Whenever your family member's sick, your morale drops a little, just because they're not doing well, right? They're in the hospital, your morale's gonna drop.
Yeah, it's a big
it's
distraction.
Automatic. I mean, it affects everyone.
Yep.
No one's immune to that, right? Well, because
you've
been in combat, right? So it's just like your fellow people that you're with, right? If they go down, you feel that pain. Your morale goes down. Personal.
Oh, I gotta say though, I've never been in combat. I thank God.
Okay. Sorry,
I was in the military. I was in the military, but I've never been in combat. Thank God.
But people that have gone in combat, right? Your fellow soldiers or whatever are family, right? And they go down, you feel that pain.
Yeah.
Your morale goes down too.
It does.
Yeah, in that same way, your preparedness is doing it, so you're doing what you can to keep them safe, so your morale doesn't drop because you didn't do anything about it, and and something happened. Now your morale's dropped because you didn't do anything about it, and now they're hurt, and
yeah. At least my kids can say, yeah.
At least Dad tried.
Dad had everything pretty well in hand, and he stayed calm, and
I was scared, but that kept me going, right? Right? I felt safe still. I didn't feel like you didn't feel like you've lost all hope, right? There was still something there to hold on to.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I really had to stay calm about was my daughter, because my wife and son, they're medical workers, so they're gone for a minimum of 12 hours every day. And, it was just she and I. And, I remember when the fire started, I got her, I said, hey, why don't you drive me over closer to where the fire's at? I want to take a look at it and see if we got to bounce or not, So she did the driving. I got her out of the house for a little bit. And fortunately, about the time we got the car over there, they had a helicopter dropping forest fire, buckets of water on there. And that's the only thing that put it out was a helicopter. But,
yeah. And these, I like to hear these stories every so often because it always reminds me sometimes the best way to learn something is through experiencing it firsthand.
Experience.
Right?
But it was, I did, I'll be honest with you, my feelings during that time, I pretty much knew that this was intentional.
Okay.
But I didn't want to accept it at the time.
Yeah.
that's my own mind working. It's like, let's just hope this is not intentional. That later on, after everything calmed down and went back to normal, I went, oh yeah, this was all planned.
Yeah.
This was all planned.
This was
And
all staged in advance for this.
it was. And the people, the radicals are people not to be taken lightly. We're very disciplined. They have a hierarchy of command, and they're ruthless. Don't take them lightly. They're well trained too, as far as weapons and taking human lives, because they killed quite a few people during that time.
Well, I imagine.
Yep.
I guess I'll share my own story here of an experience of a power outage, because I was actually away from home, right? It's one thing when you're home, you got your preps at home and stuff like that. Let's remember, it can happen when you're away at business, at vacation, or whatever, right? Because it is possible. Power outage doesn't just, it happens in any place that has power, right?
Anytime, any place, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And sometimes it's natural, sometimes it's accidental, and sometimes it's because someone hit something and knocked the transformer out, and now the whole neighborhood's out of power at night, right? And this was actually what happened to me once in December. Apparently, this crane knocked out this power. I think that's what happened, right? I was staying at my friend's place overnight, right? And stuff like that. And this was at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Well, 4 o'clock in the morning. I was just up. I was just about to make coffee, right? Power went out, and like I said, I had my everyday carry flashlight, so I was good, right? I'm like, I could see what I'm doing because it was actually pitch black. Exactly. Yeah. Pretty much, right? I'm like, so I didn't stub a toe or anything like that, right? I went to go get my friend. I'm like, hey, dude, the power is out. He's like, oh, really? Okay, I'll get up, right? Because, like I said, I figured, but I'm not saying it was an emergency, but it's important enough that I justified waking them up, right? Because I want them to know this is actually, just in case it lingered a lot longer than whatever, right? Like now, he stays at this time, he was staying in an apartment, right? So there is these emergency hallway lights, right? I found out they didn't even last a couple hours. A couple hours later, it was already so dim that you could barely even see down the hall with them anymore, right? So that emergency backup power may not last as long as you think, right? And that's one of those things I've never experienced that in terms of for that reason and seen them, right? And actually seen them turn on, how bright they are, and then a couple hours later, it's like, I can light a candle that's brighter than the lights now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, because they lit on not on the ground floor, right? So the hallways and stuff like that, right? And we went over to the maintenance guy, right? He's like, yeah, right, and stuff like that, right? And stuff like that. And luckily, his door, although it's automated, he had the key, right? He had the keys in his hands and stuff like that. Like, I was lucky. I just charged my phone the night before, right? So I was good on that. And I had a battery bank right on me anyways, so I was good on that. All right. I had the lights. I'm like, okay, right. I was just about to like the power came back. Don't get me wrong, but I was just about to think of maybe I should use this hand sanitizer so I can heat up some water so I can get this coffee. I was thinking ahead like that already, right? I was just because, like I said, I was away from home, right? So I only had the gear I had on me. I didn't have my usual stuff. I didn't have no cap stove with me, right? Because I wasn't expecting it to be like that, obviously, right?
Yeah.
I'm visiting a friend in an apartment. I'm not bringing my cap stove because I'm not planning for that to happen like that, right? Because it's going to be extremely rare for that to happen. That's only happened once to me, right? Where I'm at a friend's place and something happened.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so I'm like, if the power outages have happened here for me before, but I'm at home already, right? So I know where my stuff is, right? The lights or the candles, whatever, right? So I'm and stuff like that. But
I'm gonna have to bounce, guys. I gotta go get some smokes and another bundle of wood, and that's my making more fire starters and another bundle of wood. Yep,
that would help.
So
that would help.
Peace out, everybody. Prepping
Take
for
care,
the
Bob.
ages. All
Peace
right.
out.
Later.
Here, Bobby.
Later. Yeah, that is Bob. He has a lot of knowledge.
Can you hear me?
And a lot of experience too. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I have the headset back on. I have to charge it. But yeah, see, I realized that, having an actual dedicated flashlight does help for that situation. Because
Yeah.
even though there's, like, even for you, right, does your apartment have emergency hallway lighting? Or have you ever seen them on?
Well, I don't know if they have emergency lighting. No, they don't. But we had power outage a couple of years ago. It was a midsummer, and we have no windows outside my apartment door. So, and I have a lot of stairs to go down until I can get down to the main door. But there was totally black.
Oh,
Pitch
yeah.
black. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
So I need to take my flashlight. So
Yeah, I mean,
that
I
was
wish
not
Kaylin was.
very
I wish
friendly.
Kaylin was still here. I would like to ask her that question too, because, like I said, at that time, my friend's apartment building, right? Like, there's hallway lights, right? So it wasn't so bad, or it didn't seem so bad, right? Then I realized very soon that the backup power is not that long. I thought 5-6 hours, right? No, it was just like 2-3 at the most. Like, that's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
So short term, it was fine. But if it went linger longer, right, you would need a light source to just go through all the way, let alone get downstairs, right? Right? Because not everyone lives on the ground floor, right? If you lived on a right, you don't want to. I don't want to walk downstairs without seeing the steps. Because you would have to.
I agree.
You could do it, but you would have to be like very, very slowly touching the walls and all that stuff, right? It'd be very precarious. All right, because you don't want to slip or anything like that, or hit the wall, or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? That's not the way. Right. So this was just one of those things, right? I knew, because, like I said, it was 5 o'clock in the morning. So morning daylight will break soon, right? We just have to wait, at least for that, right? But in the meantime, I need to see what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why it reconvinced me about every day carry a light source, right? Because sometimes you're not at home, right?
Yeah.
And what happens if your battery's, your phone battery is not as charged as you think, right? And besides, there's something of having a dedicated light, like a flashlight, a torch, a headlamp, right? Something like that. Because then you don't have to use the power on your phone. So just in case you gotta make calls or whatever, right? You could still do that. You still have power for that. Because the thing is, I can put a flashlight at the end of the hall or in an area, hang it to see what I'm doing, right? A little bit easier than trying to hang a phone on something or whatever, right? And like I said earlier, the phone's there for emergency calling, something like that, right? The flashlight's kind of like, I don't usually use it. I mean, I will if I have to, but usually I have my Streamlight flashlight with me, which I do right now.
Yeah.
So I'll use that, right? It was their reason was to save power, just in case, if it went longer or whatever, right? At least then I still have power on the phone, right? I could still use the phone flashlight if I needed to, but if the battery's dead, I can't use it then at all, right? So I'll use a dedicated light source, like a flashlight or a torch or a headlamp first, because I already had them with me anyways, right? Because I knew, it's just a matter of time before daylight breaks out, because it was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and sunrise was at 9 o'clock. So, oh, by the way, this was during the winter in December. So, yeah, and stuff like that. So, this is why I wanted that hot coffee at that time because I just
Yeah.
woke up. I was just like, ah. Yeah. Oh, hi, Pepper for the Ages, by the way. When you read those, in September, they had a big flood, 7 inches of rain in 4 hours. Never lost power, strangely enough, even though there was 6 inches water in my basement. Wow, you just got lucky. Some people don't get
Yeah.
that lucky. Some people don't get that lucky, right? You just got lucky that time around, right?
Usually the power go out if you have that much water.
I shouldn't have read that comment underneath that. Thanks, Hugo. Thanks, CP. Yeah, thanks. I read that. Just kidding. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, yeah, Shadow, like I said, you know, either later or an everyday carry flash. I wanted to. Right? Because, like I said, especially during the winter. Not so much in the summer because there's only 8 hours at night, but eventually it does get dark everywhere. Everywhere you go. Eventually, in time, it will get dark, right? Eventually, you need to see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I've never tried to navigate solely without seeing. Because basically, it's like closing your eyes and trying to navigate even in your own home. It's difficult as it is. Trying to do it, right?
Yeah.
Trying to navigate with, try doing that. And then trying to do other activities or things like making coffee or whatever, right? Try doing that without being able to see it. Way more difficult, right?
Yeah.
You know, I give props to the people that are blind that actually navigate, walk alone. But they're more used to it, right? They've been trained, they've been adapting to that for a long time now, for them, right? Versus us, our people that usually use their eyes to see all the time, right? Without being able to see, we're kind of completely lost, right? Because we're not used to feeling our way, right? We don't have a cane to tap the ground, right? Stuff like that, you know. And one's trying to feel their way in the dark, right? So a light source would help at least. Even a smaller one, right? Because let's say you're in a building. Yeah, it's a little bit safer too, right? Even in a building, because even with a lighter, if I was in a hallway and it suddenly turned pitch black, right? Even with a lighter, I can at least strike it, get a sense of how far something is, right? There's nothing in front of me for the next 6 feet, and then go like that, right? Until I can,
simple big lighter works just fine.
Yeah, right.
And it gives enough light so you can see.
Let's say in a hallway, in a building, kind of deal. All right. Obviously, I'm not talking about out in the woods or out on the streets. No. That's totally different. You probably want a flashlight or a headlamp, right? That's totally different, right? But because a lot of the time, these power outages, like you're actually in a building or at home. Although there hasn't been one time where I went through a neighborhood at night. It was pitch black. The power went out in that neighborhood. Now I was biking at night, so I already had the light sources anyways because I'm biking at night. So I already had the headlamp. Yeah. I was good. Right? I didn't see anyone really on the street, right? But if there was someone on the road or on the sidewalk walking, right, I would have already helped them out, you know, because they can't see what they can't see, right? They can't see where the road is. They can't see poles in front of you, right? You don't want to hit a pole walking on the sidewalk. That's not the way to go, right? And you can't see where your place is because it's pitch black, right? And there was no moonlight that night because it was partly cloudy, right? So like the only way to see is with a light source. Like I said, pitch black, right? I was just like, and I had to travel through that neighborhood to get back home. I just had to, right? But that was another reason I'm like, thank goodness I have a light source with me, right?
Yeah,
I feel a little bit more safer in terms of like not running into anything or hitting something, right? Because I'm biking, right? I mean, I'm traveling like that, right? I don't want to randomly hit the sidewalk or hit a parked car because I didn't notice it, That's not the way I want to start. That's not the way I want to end the night, right? Stuff like that.
This is my little EDC light. This I have used frequently, I can say.
Yeah, I mean, I've used my everyday
This one
light.
works just fine.
Yeah. And besides, it allows you to find stuff faster, right? Because if you have an everyday care light, then you can track down where your air resources are, your air supplies, or your backpack is, your get home bag, your lights out kit is. You know exactly where it is now because you can actually find it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So I think the two things that seem to come in mind when the power goes out, at least for me, is water and being able to see what I'm doing. Because eventually I need to do that in time. You know,
Yeah.
water so I can actually get a coffee in me to pick up my morale. A light source so I can actually see what I'm doing, right? You know, if I'm sitting in the dark, I'd be like, you can't do too much. I mean, I can braid in the dark, but I still need to kind of see what I'm doing. You know, I'm not sewing in the dark. I can't do that in the dark, so I need to see what I'm doing. All right.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a big proponent of like having like both candles, the chemical lighting, and solar lights, or like electrical type of power lights, like flashlights and stuff like that, because they can overlap in different situations, and if one doesn't work there, one probably will work. You know.
Yeah.
You know, EMP, the flashlights aren't working, whatever reason, like a candle here, right, with a lighter or matches, right. Solar lights. The solar lights for me are like, you know, I don't have to burn the candle now just to see. I can wait for it, right? I can until I really need it, right? You know, let's just say I got no solar for like days on end, and solar lights are barely even charging. Yeah, I might need to tap into like, you know, candles, for example, right? Because I know Bob has that candle holder, right? And then Bob has mentioned that he's older than us, right? So like him taking a spill and stubbing a toe or twisting an ankle is probably not gonna be great in a situation like that, right? Because now you're in pain. Then you get frustrated because you're in pain, you get frustrated, right? Because then your emotions are taking over. It's like, I gotta like finish this faster, all right? My toe hurts from stubbing it, or I sprained an ankle randomly because coming down the stairs or whatever, right? Because I forgot this one piece was on the floor or whatever, right? And for anyone that has kids or whatever, pets or whatever, they could be, you don't want to step on the cat's tail, right? You have cats, right? So you don't want to step on the cat's tail in the dark, right? Or if you have kids, you don't want to step on the toys in the dark or whatever, right? You know what I mean? Or you don't want to slip on, you don't want to slip on something because, you know, there's a wet spot on the ground that you didn't see in the dark. Yeah, that's probably
exactly.
This is like especially in a washroom without a window. I'm a big proponent of having a light source in there because, like I said, power outages can happen at any time, and it could be while you're in the shower. All right, because like that experience with my friend, right? What happens if I was in the shower at that time? It could have easily been at that time. I could have easily, hey, I'm gonna have a shower, right, in the morning, all right? Power goes out, right? That's why I'm a big proponent. Every time I get in the shower or whatever in the wash, well, especially in the shower, right? I make sure I have at least, if I don't have the flashlight, my everyday carry flashlight, I'll have the phone with me. Not to talk to or listen to music. It's so if the power goes out, I can finish my shower, but I have a light source so I can see what I'm doing, so I can get changed and come back out. Right? And then have to have to rely on someone. It's like, hey, can you get me a flashlight? Are you okay in there, CR? No, I'm good. I'm good. I got a light source in here. Just give me 5 minutes to finish my shower. I gotta rinse the shampoo. Right. Because
Yeah,
also you still don't
exactly.
have running water for a little bit of time, right? So I need to finish what I'm doing, right? And that's just I'm running out of the shower with shampoo in my hair still. I need to rinse that off before I come back out. So that's why I'm a big proponent of it now. I've never ran into that yet in terms of being in the shower when the power goes out, but I can imagine that can happen, and it probably has happened to people, right? It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's a
That
matter
it
of
just
time.
that it just
I
happens
agree with that.
randomly to someone, right? Because I haven't met anyone that's gone through it like that, but I mean, I can imagine you're in the shower when the power goes out. Like, even back in 2021, in July of 2021, when the heat dome affected all of Western Canada, right? When I lost power that time, right? I was using solar lights in the shower. I was just like this room doesn't have a window, right? So I need to see what I'm doing. I just had a quick shower to cool off, right? But it was just like, oh, this is just a slight inconvenience. I already had ways of setting up the lights already, right? I just hang them up with a baggie, like the solar lights, and I put a magnet so I can stick it to something, right? Now I could see in the
Yeah.
shower, right? And I just finished it off real quick, dude. Had a quick 2-minute shower, real
Yeah.
quick, right? I was refreshed. You know, I picked up my morale back up because now it's just like, because and stuff with it.
Yeah, shower
thought-
is a moral booster.
Yeah, because
Like food.
Yeah, it's like food, right? And when it was hot, it's like a cool shower to, it's just like right. Because I realized people started to walk around because they don't have AC, so they went outside to cool off. Old school way, right? Walking around, right?
Yeah.
So, because I noticed that, right? Because I didn't actually
Yeah.
notice the power went out initially until I noticed it later because I was just like, I was busy gardening, right? So I didn't notice that because it's still daylight, right? And my phone, I wasn't checking my phone for Wi-Fi, right? Because I was just listening to the music and I was just like, oh, the power went out? Oh, right. Because it was like 8 o'clock. I just finished eating, right? So I didn't have to worry about the food. I just ate, so I'm good on that, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't have to open up a fridge or a freezer for a while if I didn't want to, right? Because I just ate.
Yeah.
So I don't need to actually do that, right? It was sunny.
Right.
It was sunny, like I said, because it's during the heat wave, so the heat dome caused it so we had minimal cloud cover during the day. So I'm like, well, I got solar lights charging, so I'm good on that, right? So like if it lingered longer for the night, I was still fine. Pretty much, right? Until morning again, right? Then I would start to get worried about the freezer and the fridge, right? By morning. But initially I was just like, I got light sources, right? I didn't have to dip into any candles yet. I actually was using solar lights. Not the ones I have now, but the ones I had back then. I was just like, yeah. It reconvinced me about having the solar lights because, I had other light sources obviously, right? Because I bike and all this stuff, right? Wind up lights like wind up flashlight radio combo, like the Preparedness Veteran said earlier in the stream, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep that one charged in the sun, right? Like I've been actually making sure that if I have to use these quote unquote emergency lighting sources, let's say candles or flashlights, then I actually have staged that in advance in terms of like where to put them or how to hang them to get the most efficiency out of them, right? Because I've mentioned this time and time again. I want to mimic how I have the lighting here, right? If you look at your home businesses, schools, offices, whatever, right? Garages, whatever. Usually the lights are at the top of the ceiling, aiming the light source down. So I tried to mimic that with the solar lights, or if I'm using a flashlight, I did the exact same thing. I put up the light up high because I want to see the ground. I don't need to see the ceiling. I need to see the ground. what's below, right? So I'm not stubbing a toe. I can find where you know, where I put the sexual TP or whatever, right? And stuff like that. So I'm not knocking into things like a glass or something and knocking it over, right? In the dark either. That's another thing too, right? You don't want to knock things down on the ground in the dark. Because now it becomes a hazard. Because now you can't see it and it's on the ground, but you heard it fall. Right? You know?
Yeah.
Especially if you drop the mug. That'd be awful. Right? In the dark and you just dropped the mug, or it fell off the table, or you knocked it over. Oh, that'd be horrible, right? Because you have no idea then. Because you can't see it if you didn't have a light source. Right? And it's dangerous enough that it can hurt you. Right? You would have to be like, I guess I have to walk inside with shoes or whatever, right? That's if you can find them, right? So that's why I'm a big proponent about the flashlights. And relatively speaking, the technology is going to become better, and relatively, most people can afford that, or at least buy one. Even if it's a dollar store one of these 9 LED, free AAA battery type of flashlights, right? That'll help, especially at home, anyways. I mean, it's one thing at home, but you know, it's also a different thing if you're actually outside, and you need distance. That's another thing. But for home use, you know, or business use inside, right? They're good.
Yeah.
They're good. They'll help. All right. Better than no flashlight. All right. And again, sometimes people don't want to always light candles, right? Depending, you got cats, kids, whatever, stuff like that, pets and stuff like that. Certain little things like that. All right. So, like, I actually, Shadow, I actually persuaded my friend to get a battery bank.
Yeah. And what did he say about that?
Well, one of my first battery banks was in 09, right? And I used it for the flip phones that I had at that time, right? This is before, the USB LED lights were more available, right? This is before that time, right? Or if I didn't have one, it wasn't that bright, right? But nowadays, yeah, you can get this something like the size of your pinky finger, right? The nail of your pinky finger or whatever, right? Plug it into USB, and it's bright enough to see at least a whole washroom with, right? I've actually, because one of my subscribers sent me one, I actually did a live stream with that as a light source in the back. Right, and then on a 6,000 milliamp hour battery bank, I was able to easily do 3-hour live stream with that, with only that as my light source, right? To see what I'm doing, right? But I was just like, yeah, it helps, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could be, like I said, you could be repurposing some of these solar lights, your camping lights, right? Especially battery operated ones, right? Stuff like that. Let's say it might be one of these selfie sticks that you can adjust, have a light source or something. I have a light, right? I actually have this air light that's rechargeable, right? I mean, I tried to top that off, right? I have an air rechargeable light, right? You wind up flashlights, right? I just top it off, especially in the sun, right? I have solar lights. Well, it wasn't really sunny today, so the solar lights won't be charged that much. But I've already banked some of the power from when the days were sunny. So it's just like, I know that I can go a whole night with them, at least, right? So, you know, instead of being worried about, oh, I don't know if I can see at night, if, let's just say something happened right now, I'd be like, well, I'll still be good until morning, right? But I can be more proactive about it at least, right? Instead of worrying about the lighting, I can worry about the next thing, right? Start worrying about the next thing. Be concerned about the next thing, all right? It's just like the TV in 2020, right? In the preparedness community, right? We were people in the preparedness community weren't worried about toilet paper. We were worried about food, seeds. We're already at the step ahead kind of deal. They were already the step ahead kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
You know, not behind the 8 ball, as they say, right? So not thinking about the TV, we're thinking about the food aspect. The next things that might be kind of maybe on the chopping block or heavily reduced in capacity or supply, right? And stuff like that, right? You know,
Yeah, I agree
I
with you about that.
yeah, like I was like, if anything, I just want maybe another bottle of hand sanitizer, maybe add something like that, right? But I still had some because some of the stuff I just use anyways, right? Because I use them for reasons, right? So that's why it's just because, like I said, my friend, did notice that they did something else, and that's a prepping level of preparedness, but at least a little bit more proactive, a tad more at times, right? For what it is, right?
Yeah.
I did notice it, right? I never say it to them because I don't want to. But I'll just say good, right? GG, right? Good, right? Good, all right. I'll just say it like that. I won't specifically say something, right? Yeah. You know,
Yeah, I
because I've heard
agree.
them. Yeah, see, I decided to be proactive about this and get some while it was on sale or whatever, right? I still question a few
Yeah.
things like why they bought solar lights and never tried them out and ended up giving them to someone else without actually trying them out at all, but whatever. Aside from that aspect of it, you know, this gardening thing I've seen my friend do, right? The battery banks, right? And
Yeah.
stuff like that, right? Yeah, because yeah, remember when the power went out? Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to be able to recharge your phone, even though you have no electrical power in your building or home right now? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
what I also said was, hey, if you wake up in the morning, you gotta go somewhere suddenly, and your battery on your phone's not charged all the way, you got a battery bank now to use, so you have mobile power on your while you're commuting and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
I added that kind of everyday kind of scenario that might happen, right? Or right. That's how I
yeah.
added
If you
that
don't
in.
have charged your phone and you wake up in the morning with low battery,
And
you
you
need a
have to
power
go.
bank. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and you
if you have to go, you need to have a power bank so you can put your phone in and charge it on
yeah,
your
at
way
least
to
give you a
work
little bit
or
more.
something.
Yeah, until you get to a building or another place, right?
Yeah,
It's just so you can kind of top it off a little bit more, just in case you could make those calls or whatever, right? Or someone calls you or
yeah,
whatever, you don't drain the phone that fast. Yeah, because I find in preparedness, if you add that kind of level of like, hey, it helps in everyday life too, or everyday scenarios too. They're more likely to adopt it, right? Because they can see the benefits of, oh, hey, yeah, the battery bank. Yeah, you're right, Star. I can use it just in case if I forget to charge my phone overnight or whatever in the morning, or I gotta leave an hour earlier and I don't have time to charge my phone. Now I have a battery bank, right? And then they realize, hey, in an emergency, I can use that battery bank too, for example, right? So it helps them it can help them day to day, but it can help them in an emergency. To me, I like that. I like that combination, right? Because they're more likely to want to use it or buy one or have one, right? Because you can see the benefits of having one, right? You know what I mean? You're less worried about that, not having power on your
yeah,
phone, for example, right? Right. So,
yeah. I
because
agree. I agree.
I noticed that the older generation doesn't actually do that often. I don't know. The younger generation knows about that for sure, right? I know what they do because I can tell when I
Definitely.
see people. I see people, right? But that's why I'm always trying to. It's like I try to show older people the technology, yet I always remember the older people need to show the old ways when the technology is not available here. Kind of that knowledge, right? That's really important to remember. So, yeah.
The problem is with the elder generation is that it's so few of them
Yeah.
left. So that knowledge they have, is gone basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is a little bit of a sad,
Yeah. 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 I
I
know.
would say,
Insert
because
sad
that
word.
knowledge those elders have is
Or the
really valuable.
potential of it, all right? Whatever it is.
And
Can be a
they
recipe.
have experience.
Yeah. I think this is another reason why I like to share some of these stories every so often. Real world examples of stuff, right? Things I've seen, personally experienced or indirectly experienced, right? Or people tell me these
Yeah.
stories because, because these are actual experiences in life, right? And things in life can happen again to other people. Example, the power
Yes.
outage, for example, right? I'm very lucky I haven't actually had to use my lights out kit yet. I made that kit. I actually haven't actually used it yet. It's because I actually haven't dipped into the candles yet. I haven't needed to dip into the candles yet outside of doing something that I need the candles with, right? In terms of using it as lighting. Because now I have solar options, right? In terms of lighting, I'm pretty good on the lighting. I'm not worried about that anymore. Because I get the supplies and I know what I can do too, right?
Yeah.
Our options I have available.
Prepper for the Ages has a nice comment here. I have friends who are in a group called SCA, Society for Creative Anachronism. They spend their days sharing how people lived hundreds of years ago. That is really interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, learn from the past, but do adapt the things that are presently available too, right? So you know what's available nowadays, but remember the things from the past, just in case you don't have access to present day technology, let's just say, right? Or you got to rely on something a little bit more old school this time around, right?
Yeah.
Because that's your option, right? Because it comes back to having multiple options, right? That's what I always like. Yeah, I can use a lighter. I can use a Verisym, right? I've also tried out solar. I've actually tried out Bodro too, right? Options, right? Options. Whatever works at that time when I need it, right? That's why I need is options, right? More options mean that I can have another option to try out. Hopefully it'll work. It'll help me out. Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
If the flashlights aren't working, I get the candles, right? If the solar lights aren't working, I got the flashlights too, right? I mean, like, even to the point that, and I mentioned this to Gil before on one of his videos, that, like, I actually have, like, older generations of smartphones. It's because they're still technically working, right? The primary use for them now is not for playing on or playing games or storing or even recording video per se, right? The reason is because I can still connect online with them through Wi-Fi. They still have a flashlight function, so I can use it. So I still keep them around. Like I've old ones that take older USB connectors. That's the only reason I even have the connectors. It's for that phone. If I don't have that phone, then I would get rid of the charging cables because I won't need it after. But they still technically work, and they give me more options, right? Because I've actually even tried this out now. I kind of know how long it can go for if on the flashlight function if I have full power. It's a little bit longer than you think, but it's not that long. You might be able to get 12 hours out of it at full power, but you would have to know to dim down your display, turn off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, right? Maybe put it into airplane mode to conserve as much power as possible to use the flashlight function of it, right?
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because I've actually, tried it out for a couple hours just to see, just so I kind of gauge the time of it, know more information in terms of runtime or whatever, right? So it's one of those things I want to know. That way
Yeah.
I can easily be like, I'm more confident. I'm not guessing how long this is going for in terms of lighting or power. I've tried it, right? Because I'll gauge it on that, on the experience. Then, you know, in theory, it should last this long. Have you tried it? No. Versus, I've tried it for at least this amount of time, and it's worked. So at least I can get, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, at least 6 hours. For sure. And I know the battery's fully charged, so I should at least get 6 hours.
Yeah.
That way I can gauge that time, right? Instead of saying, if
Exactly.
someone wants to borrow something, right? I can say that, it's fully charged. It should last at least 6 hours, right? That way,
Yeah.
see, our knows for sure, right? Yeah, because I tried it out. Right? It's not just a wild guess, right? And then, because you don't assume stuff too, right? In terms of preparedness, you don't want to assume stuff or assume that
Yeah.
it's not going to affect you or assume that you can just buy it when you need it or grow the seeds instantly, right? Because sometimes things don't always work like that. Sometimes there's little hiccups in life, right? Hurdles in life that you have to overcome, right? That delay the germination time, that reduce the life runtime on a light source, right? Because it's colder, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, it lasts for 6 hours when it's warm. When it's colder, the batteries get drained a lot faster, right? Things like that come through experience, and not just
Yeah.
assuming.
Exactly.
You're not just assuming something. Because as my air friend say, well, don't always assume, right? Because you get burned when you start assuming stuff, right? Oh, it'll be easy. I'll be able to do it the first time. I'll know what to do. It might not just come like that. You might actually have to experience it to actually know how it's like, whatever it is. Like a power outage, for example, all right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
Because another thing to keep in mind is during a power outage, even if you have a generator, even if you have emergency backup lighting, right, or power, right, you might have to prioritize that towards something. So some things like entertainment, like renting a TV, may not be high on the priority. You may not have that option just because of the nature of the situation, right?
True.
Especially if it lasts longer, right? If it was a hurricane that knocked out power or a storm, I would know that it might be a little bit longer than just a power outage that's like a rolling blackout. Because that might be, because I think if the infrastructure gets damaged, then it's going to take a lot longer to repair that or bypass it, right? Because even, like, I always imagined, like, the storms, right, that knock out power. It's always
Yeah.
days, at least days. It's not hours. It's always days, right? It's always days. Like I said to you, like, both Courtney and Dustin, family far, they were out of power for 45 minutes only. So that was slight inconvenience. And probably it was fine, right? But then there's women outdoors who lost power for 4 days.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? And she probably had to, I think she had a jackery or whatever, right? She probably had to prioritize how to use the power, right? But for the most important things at that time, whatever it is, right? Whatever she was using it for. I don't know. I didn't hear much about that after, but, if the priority is the fridge, then that's the priority, right? It's not the TV, it's the fridge. You don't need, I'll
Exactly.
still be alive without the TV, but if the fridge goes down, that means I have loss of food, starts to smell and all that stuff, right? If the situation goes longer, I might need that food. I could go without the TV aspect, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I
So
know.
this is why I'm knowing what you want to run, right? It's just like if I needed a light source, right, I probably would use, or I only had so many batteries in life, I probably use the batteries in the light source that's most efficient, or gives me the longest runtime possible, right? Depending what it is, right?
Yeah.
Instead of running it on the high turbo mode, I'm just running it on the low minimal mode. Enough to see, and let my eyes adjust. I don't need white blinding light everywhere, right? I just need to see what's in front of me, right? And conserve that power. Let's just say if I got to look outside or something like that, further distance out, that I need a little bit more of that lumen power or that candle power distance and stuff like that, right? Because I actually have a mag light that I can get quite a distance out of that, but because it's more powerful, the battery life goes down a little bit faster compared to something else I have that's at mid distance or just at like 100 feet for distance, right? Beam distance versus like
Yeah.
500 feet. So remembering stuff like that helps. So yeah. Because I think it's just one of those things, Shadow, that it's just, people, I don't want to be Debbie Downer, or I don't want to worry about it. Well, if it happens, you're not be worried about it, right?
Yeah.
Why not just do it beforehand and just kind of just deal with it right away, right? Instead of just waiting or procrastinating on it, right? And just kind of be like, hey, see, I put this extra one, like what Gil has or CB has, where you can plug in a light source. As soon as the power goes out, that light instantly turns on, right? Put it in a washroom, boom, right? So if it does happen, you got something to work with in the beginning. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Instead of like thinking it'll never happen, right? Because, like I said, a power outage is one of those things. It can happen to the best of us. Just because, oops, something happened, or I misgauged something, or someone hit the transformer, or whatever, right? The storm knocked it out, right? Stuff like that. Because it can happen like that, right? Where it's at your control entirely. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Free lightning hits your solar panels. It's like, I'm down to one battery, but it's not enough to run the whole system now. All right. So you have to prioritize that and say, well, I can go. It's summer, so I don't need to stay warm or heating, but I do need to keep the fridge cold or whatever. Something like that, right? I can live without the AC, but the food, the fridge, yeah, right? Because who was that? Purple Princess, right? She mentioned about the story. I did watch it, right? She had to, and she couldn't rent everything, both the fridge and the AC. So she prioritized the fridge because she can make ice in the freezer or whatever, right? And use ice to keep cool. So she prioritized that. All right. She had her backup option was, hey, I can get in my vehicle from the AC, right? That was her narrow option, right? Because she had dogs, right? So sometimes she had to do that for her dogs, go in the vehicle with them, cool them off, right? But I always remember even she had to prioritize what's more important, right? And sometimes you just got to make that judgment call on it. It's just like, okay, this is the priority, whatever it is, right? Yeah, just give me a second here. I'm going to do this. Come on.
Okay. What happens here?
Sorry, I had to deal with something.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm like, for me, I'm always like, priorities, right? I'm always thinking to myself all the time, like, in situations now, right? Because I've realized that, because if you think about it, right, during 2020, a lot of people's priorities weren't about food.
Yeah.
Right? because in the preparedness community, or people and individuals in communities that were more prepared, or even people that are kind of more rational about it or sensible, realized it's like, yeah, you know, you won't need the TP if you ain't eating, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even
Yeah, I know what you
non-prepared, non-prepping type of people knew about that, right? It's just like, right? So I'm just saying, right? It's just like, so the priorities of stuff, right? Because, you know, back then you look at the live streams, the videos that people were putting out, right? At that time.
Yeah.
Actually, I should take a look at some of them because a lot of them were more about not just getting ready or whatever, right? But seeds, food, right? Because we roll or even alternatives, right? If you know, like you using ranks or whatever, right? And stuff like that. Obviously, you don't want to flush those, but you know, if you had to, right? You have to, right? So realizing, you know, there are options out there, right? Because the price gouging was still in effect during that time, right? Let's just say that February to like May of 2020, right? There was price gouging, right? TP was, or hand sensors or whatever, was crazy expensive if you went on like
Yeah.
eBay or whatever, right? Second, it was crazy expensive, right? And remember, some people, because of the price gouging that they did, they got, well, jailed or fined or something like that, right? For price gouging, extremely, right?
Yeah.
Right? And some people went to jail or got arrested for it because they fought over TP, right?
Yeah.
They're not fighting over food or water, right? Which would be a little bit different. No, they're fighting over TP, so it's just like, you know, especially when you look at it like that, it's just like, you know, I don't want to be a person like that, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, like, hey mom, I got arrested for what? For fighting over TP? Right? If you said that to your mom or your parents, they would freak out and be like, "What the hell?" Right? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, this is why, in terms of preparedness, it's just like, yeah. No, I went to, you know, if you said it instead of for over TV, over food, over water. At least then it would be a little bit more understandable, right? Because it's necessity, right? Food and water, right? You know, when you say it with TP or something like that, or a TV, it just seems like, you know, it's a want more than a need, right? Although the individual thinks it's a need or a need, not a want, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
It's just one of those things. Like, I noticed that, you know, hopefully people's priorities have changed to a certain degree, right? And realizing what is really necessary at times, right? Realizing what is necessary at times to do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And being proactive about it as much as possible, right? For what you have, right? Wherever you are, whatever financial situation, wherever you are in the world, hot, cold climate, rich, poor, whatever, right? Middle class, upper class, whatever, right? You know, you gotta take a bus, you gotta walk, you don't have a car, you're laid off, you still gotta do something about it,
Yeah.
right? Because you still need to drink something, some form of liquid or water. You still need to have a caloric intake. You still need to feel warm or cool, like in a sheltered environment, like a home, apartment, or whatever, right? Those things are still required day to day, if not hour to hour, right? Because you still need them. So, because in terms of preparedness, I've been trying to square those things away more and more as
Yeah.
I've gone through this journey, right? I'm just like realizing it's just like, yeah, without the shelter, water, food, and heat or coolness, depending how you look at it, requirements, everything else is a luxury. Still, everything else is still a luxury because without those, it's just like dehydrated, starving. It doesn't matter if you have a phone, you're still starving. right?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if
exactly.
you have power, you're still starving, or have no liquids in you, or have no roof over your head, or whatever, right? Have no winter jacket, winter gloves, or whatever, right? Like, sometimes when I see people here in Canada, and it's just like, what? You don't have a winter jacket? You only have one shovel left? You know it snows, right? You know that it gets cold, right? You know? I always look at it like that, you know what I mean? Like, I try not to judge them about it, but I kind of, on the back of my mind, right? I should try to help them out, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And try to help them realize the situation, right? You know, yes, I like your new TV, friend, but you know, that's not gonna help you when it's freezing cold outside,
I
right?
agree with that too.
It's not gonna help you when you're starving and have no food in your fridge or pantry, right? So, the TV or something is like when you have extra funds to spare, extra
Yeah,
finance, money you can spare for it, right? It's a want for a reason, not a need.
exactly.
So, right? So I keep that in mind as much as possible. Well, I figure it's that time again. Oh, Cal, it's
Yeah,
almost like it's like 10 minutes to top the hour. Oh my, oh my, time.
well,
Wow, I did bring up this topic, so this is why I'm talking more about it now.
yeah, I know.
Trying to draw back in what preparedness factor and everyone else did in the beginning and all that stuff. Retie this back into the preparedness aspect of it, right? As much as possible, right? So everyone, go do what you can. Starting today, right? Do something today to be more proactive about these service
Yeah,
interruptions, right? So the next time it does happen to you, or when, not if, but when it does happen to you, you can mitigate it. It just becomes a slight inconvenience, right? It doesn't grow into this full blown emergency, right?
yeah, I agree.
You're not getting injured because you can't see because you're blind in the dark. You're in the dark, walking downstairs in the dark,
Exactly.
right? You know, you can still get that coffee because you stored some water. You know, the pipes aren't working for some reason, or they busted, or whatever, right? That interruption
Yeah,
right there. Well, hey, I got bottled water. I stored up some water. I'm still good for a couple days, right? Because they'll give you at least hope, right? Hope in the situation, right? You're not up the creek without a paddle, right? You're not down to no options, right? Because when you don't have any
yeah,
options, then you start to stress out because you don't have any answers or ways to do something about it, right?
yeah,
So you gotta, you know, where Bob's keeping busy and stuff like that helps too, right? Keeps your mind focused on something as much as possible. Because, you know, instead of saying, oh, I don't know what to do, right? Say, well, this is something I can still do, all right? It'll help a little, all right? And you start doing a lot of little things that can help a little, it can make a difference later
yeah,
on, right? Just like, you know, find that extra can of beans or whatever. You know, hey, these solar lights are on sale for half price. You know, maybe I should consider it, kind of deal, right? That'll give me some backup lighting options. And I go camping anyways. I can bring them camping, right? You know, stuff like that, right? It just happens to
yeah,
double for a power outage. That's why how I justified the solar lights that I got now. I'm like, yeah, right. You know, security options in terms of lighting, but being able to see at night in summertime or whatever. But if the grid goes now, power goes up, now I can dip into those too because they become an option available for me.
yeah,
All right. I think this is why, because like I said, I've gone for a couple power outages. Never extensively long, but I mean, like, because it's obviously different if you go for like more than 72 hours. But at least, you know, in the short term, I can handle it per bit. I have some answers. I have some options, right? I'm working on the longer term options available. Let's say generator, stuff like that, right? Because those are more intermediate type of prepping items, right? Because usually you need to buy them new. And you need to maintain them and stuff like that. Yeah, you gotta maintain them and stuff like that. So a little bit, more, I wouldn't say challenging, but more, not difficult, but kind of a little bit more on your plate, all right? It'll be a little bit more on your plate if you want to buy one and maintain the one, all right? Stuff like that. Because at my air friend's place, I really wish they would have told me it was a scheduled blackout power outage, or the power is going to go down for X amount of time, right? Because they wanted to pick me up. I'm like, I would have brought battery banks. Like, that was during the day, right? But the night before, we filled up the bathtub just so we could flush the toilet, right? They were on a septic, right? So, like, just case, right? Because we could always reuse that water in the bathtub to wash dishes with later or whatever, right? We were not wasted anyways, right? It's just be proactive, right? But my friend fired up the generator, didn't work. We had to resort to campfire to make coffee, right? So we still had that option. So I wasn't worried.
Yeah.
Right. But the coffee picked up our morale, right? We were just talking, right? No one's watching TV or on their phone because we're doing other things. There's no connection. There's no internet connection for the router. There's no TV. There's all this stuff, right? So we had to go do other things for a little bit of time. Like my friend's mom was like painting with his girlfriend, or watercoloring, right, and stuff like that. I was just keeping busy for a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Right.
I think we wrap things up now.
Yeah,
I begin to be pretty tired now, so
it's
late. I want to go to bed and get some sleep.
And Bob's already back. I see Bob's back too. Yeah, that was fast.
Yeah.
I've even like lately, I found like I'm even starting seeds early. Wow, the microgreens, anyways. I'm not starting the tomato seeds not until later this month. It's way too early still. They'll be way too laggy before the garden thaws out, or at least gets warm enough. So, but in the meantime, I'll do some of this other stuff as much as possible.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll work on the fire kit a little bit more, Bob. I'll work on that one a little bit more. So, try to do what you can out there, everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Try to improve your situation. All right. I understand that some situations are out of your control, but there is still some things that you can still have control over, right? Or do something about, right? Whatever it is.
I agree.
You might not be able to control the grid going down or a power outage from happening, but at least you can have options like lights, flashlights, candles available for you. So you're not sitting in the dark in this situation. Or a radio so you can get some intel. It's like, oh, the power's going to be out for another 6 hours at least. All right. I better start being proactive about the situation or whatever, right? Maybe dig out some supplies to use in the meantime, right? Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. I actually won't be in the backstage with you this time because I need to go too. It's time to actually do something. It's time to do something again. Not just talk, but we'll do something, right? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on and and all this stuff.
You're
Shadow.
most welcome. It's always nice to have you, buddy.
Yes. Anyways, everyone. As Shadow would say, take care, stay safe, and
take care, stay safe, stay vigilant, and
stay proactive. Do what you can.
Stay proactive, exactly.
Yes.
And God bless. And I will see you next week, and same time, same channel.
Same people.
Same time. Same people.
Probably, yeah. Take care, everyone.
Take care.
ShadowScoutSwede's awesome.